something changed inside of me. The inner human slowly dead in me. I feel it come alive. The darkness brings me light. There ain't no stopping it, and you will never hide from me. Pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. Sad to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. Sad to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope it don't break loose. You better hope so too. I'm still inside. I'm still here. What have I done? When did this all start? I have become a monster in the dark. A hunger like no other. Running on instinct. What's this creature? Always inside of me. The pain of the change. What have I become? A creature of the night. Ruled by moonlight. The pain of the change. This body's no longer mine. Feel wild and free, but caged at the same time. Sad to be human, think human, feel human. A hunger's arising inside of me. The beast is alive and break it free. Sad to be human, think human, feel human. Keep putting more chains on the beast. Hope it don't break loose. You better hope so too. Whoa, you better hope so too. Whoa, you better hope so too.
All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. Because that's where we're at. The real reality. We're the real reality. That keeps it real. And keeping it real goes wrong, right?
It's very easy for keeping it real to go wrong, though.
So this is Werewolf by Night. So that means what he's during the day he
has a day job.
He's
an accountant.
I thought he worked at NTB. Tire.
I don't know, maybe he got fired.
Actually, that's a story we got, but it wasn't NTB. It was another large tire company that somebody claimed that they were working with a guy that they thought was so that's a weird story, right? We'll start with that one because tonight we're just kind of doing like some different stories. We're going to jump around, do some stuff. We wanted to get started. We're going to try and not have the intro so long. We usually let people get in, but they're just going to have to watch a replay because I can't sit here for 12 minutes waiting for people to get in. So we're not going to do that anymore. It's just a waste. Waste of time, I guess. So here's the thing. If anybody's wondering about last night's video, what that was and what that meant, we were actually we had finished doing our patrol, and we were slated to record with somebody last night, but she fell ill, so we didn't get to record with her, and it was a dogman encounter, and she wanted to tell it, and so we were like, okay, so we were ready to record, and we have a lot of stuff that needs to be edited with no time to do it. So thank God we have somebody who is nice enough to say, hey, we'll help you edit this. And thank you for that person. We met him through, Marzulli. And so that's cool that he's, so some good things came of that, had a few people join up since we were on Clyde Lewis's show. And so things are going pretty good. I mean, I guess as far as the show goes anyway, right?
Yeah, that was a cool conversation.
Yeah, so
it was exciting.
We're growing, but we're not growing super fast.
Yeah.
Because, I noticed that too. Like,
not unnaturally fast.
No, unnaturally fast. There's people who they hit certain algorithms to try to grow. We're not doing that. We're not trying to hit those algorithms to make ourselves grow. Mm-hmm. We could, and then it would just blow up real fast and have a bunch of people who aren't our base audience. And I'm not willing to do this thing to where let's use an analogy. Mm-hmm. All right. Or Alexander, Alexander the Great. I'm not saying I'm him. Always those who he compares himself to people. I compare myself to the Cookie Monster before on the show. Have you watched the show? Little dunce hat. But anyway, the little brain people, they're just like, there he goes, take it there. Come on, get the cockroaches and get the pain. Shut up.
Come on, guys, we got to take
you
down.
Guy, get
PRT.
Hate this guy. I fell off the roof.
The fire thing, he worship the devil. We gotta get him out of here, guys.
He's horrible. So one of the things that I wanted to say was, like, Alexander, when he left, and it, contrary to popular belief, I argued with somebody the other day on Facebook. He just messaged me right now, and he's actually a nice guy. He said, "Oh, you know what? You're right." So he conceded. I just let it go because it was about Alexander's dog supposedly dying at Thebes. Uh-huh. But there was also a Thebes, Egypt. That's what people don't understand. Mm-hmm. And there was a skirmish there, but there wasn't a huge pitched battle because this is the problem with history. People think that, okay, well, the Egyptians capitulated to Alexander and just gave him the country. No, they didn't. Like, he actually had to conquer each country, which is now countries or regions back then. And the map was different of what it is now, obviously, but he had to go in and conquer these regions. And even though some of the major cities, what is now Cairo, and the actual people that were in charge in Cairo, they were just like, hey, you know what? Go ahead and just, take over. We're good. We're tired of running this place anyway. And so yeah, he didn't have a hard time with them, but he still had small factions that he had to get rid of. That were, because there was actually upheaval in Egypt. This is just one example. Like, he was in Egypt, right? And the people that were in charge at that time, they were not interested in fighting some pitched battles with this dude after he had just kicked the shit out of the Persians. They were like, what are we going to do? Like, our army's just not prepared for this. We are way... and the Persians had already taken Egypt, 100 years before, or whatever it was. So they were not prepared for a battle war with they were just, Alexander was like, look, I'll leave you in charge. The Persians forces are going to be pulled back, and now they're going to be absorbed into my whatever. And so, and somebody just said that Egypt had just finished dealing with the sea people. Well, that, and then the Persian incursion. Mm-hmm. So they had some issues, man, and they were hurt. They were hobbled. And so the true leadership of Egypt was just like, look, man, do what you got to do. But we are also in the throes of a civil war that had been going on off and on for over 100 years. For those that had capitulated to Persia, and then those that were like, we're going to resist them, because Persia would go to you and tell you, look, pay us and we won't annihilate you. So Alexander went in, but he had to take out that opposition. And they were like, can you coexist with the people that are supposed to be in charge? And they're like, no. So Alexander destroyed them. And one of the places where they fought was Thebes. There was a Thebes and a Memphis. And so he had to fight. And then that area where it's now called Alexandria, he had to take, thank you. He had to take, this goes in my wallet up there. It's to the left when you, right there to the left. So he had things he had to do. He had to clean up. So there were some small battles. I mean, nothing major to where he, any part of his army was truly affected. And he actually used some of his newly minted soldiers from Phrygia, some of the remnants of the Assyrians, and then the Persians and the Babylonians. They had all just kind of like fell in line. And Alexander said, this is how it's going to be. And so he didn't really use his own troops, except for that one particular battle where he had to. So there is some conjecture that maybe his dog, Petrius, or Patrius, how do you say it? Is it Petrius? What, look up how you actually pronounce it. I don't want to say it wrong, whatever. Petrius. Because I always thought my next dog, I was going to name him Bucephalus or Petrius. But he may have died there. Some say, no, he died at the Battle of Thebes when the second battle where they razed it to the ground, because the Thebans they had defeated the Spartans.
Paratos.
Huh?
Paratos.
Paratus?
Yeah.
I call it Paratus, Petrius, whatever. Paratus. So anyways, what he had done was he told the Thebans, he said, look, you little bastards have already tested me and my dad when his dad was alive, and we've defeated you in open combat. I get that you think you're badasses because you defeated the Spartans, but the Spartans were not the big boys on the block anymore and hadn't been for a long time. The only thing the Spartans had left was pride. And the Thebans had broke their ass. I mean, bad. And they had this group of military who was their special forces. And this is the truth. And I'm going to say this, and a lot of people don't like this because the work of the Greeks and Romans being all homosexuals, that is actually the work of one guy who wrote a bunch of bullcrap. And of course, the people in charge of everything now were like, yeah, we like that. Let's see that. Yeah. So everybody was gay. Yeah. You see that? Be gay, No, that's not the way it was. That's a lie. And Alexander wasn't gay. That is another lie that they've perpetuated these lies throughout history. Anybody who's done anything, they emasculate them, bastardize them, and homosexualize them. That's what they do. I'm not even joking. Yeah. I'm not trying to turn this into a big old rant. But so what happens is he goes to the Thebans, and they had this army that was led by a group of homosexuals. And I'm not even joking. This is true. And they were looked at as weird, right? They were weird.
Yeah.
This was not the norm. And Alexander did not like them. His dad did not like them. They were called the Sacred Band. And there were pairs of homosexual lovers, and they were led by 40 pairs. But there was a larger contingency that was, but we saw this with the brown shirts too, with the Nazis, with Ernst Röhm. And Hitler and his guys kind of played along with them until they were powerful enough, because Rome actually was able to. Ernst Röhm was in competition with Hitler for control of the Nazis at that time, of the National Socialists, and he took Himmler and said, "Look, we have to get rid of these brown shirt bastards," and so he created the black shirts, and so that's what they did. And then the Night of the Long Knives, they slew them all. They got rid of them. They killed them. And then they exposed all of their stuff and said, hey, look, these people were all weirdos. They were gay. They were doing all these bad things. It's like, you were going along with it as long as they were helping you beat the crap out of the communists in the streets. But there was only about a quarter of them that were okay with it, really. 3/4 of the brown shirts were complaining to Hitler and then Himmler saying, hey, we're going to kill these people if you don't do it. If you don't just basically pull the trigger and say, do it, we're going to do it anyway. And they were going to. It was going to happen. And so they took it as long as they could, and then the Ernst Röhm was just a disgusting man, and they got rid of him, and they murdered. Of course, they said, oh, they murdered their friends. They were never friends. They don't have friends. How many bad guys you know? Oh, these are my friends. They don't play that way. Okay. Him and Stalin were friends too, right? Stalin was friends with everybody, right?
Yeah.
He was a great guy. He loved to be friends. He was friends with Mao Zedong until he told Mao Zedong, you're a yellow worm and you're going to bow down to me. And Mao Zedong was like, no, I don't think so. Thank you for the ideology to help me control the masses. And thank you for teaching us how to be cowards and hiding up in the mountains while the Japanese rampage through China. So they're just like, hey, now that the war is over, guess what? Yay, communism. We come down out of the mountains and there's 12 Japanese people left. Let's kill them. And then we're the heroes. Chiang Kai-shek is like, what the hell is this? And he ends up on an island. Now it's called Taiwan. And China's like, it belongs to us. Really? That's like saying you made my Nikes so they belong to you. Because no, they don't. So anyways, we're just getting some people in here. Once we get some people in here, we'll start talking. But we got 300. So here's what happens. Alexander goes and he in 40,000. They say he only had 40,000 soldiers. That's a myth. He had about 65,000. That's so much better.
Yeah.
But 25,000 more is better because he had Corinthian cavalry. He had what's it called? The Thracian cavalry that he one of the first people he conquered. Didn't take much. He just convinced them, the Thracians, because they had been under the boot heel of Athenians for a long time. And so they were just like, so the Greek City League was like Athens, Corinth, Thebes, who rebelled, of course, and then he destroyed them utterly. And so there was this animosity towards him. And he said, you're going to send people and they're going to help fight. It's not just going to be me and the Macedonians. So what they did was they either had to give of their people. So some of the poor people got conscripted or they paid. So there was a Greek City League tax, and Alexander said, okay. So with that money, he bought mercenaries. And some of them would have been the predecessors of the Carthaginians. Later on, of course, they became the Romans' big enemy. But Carthaginians were known for what? Slingers. Mm-hmm. So he had slingers, he had Assyrian archers, and he had all these different types of people. And he marched into Persian territory, which was Asia Minor, modern-day Turkey, and the Persians were there to meet him. They had already heard about his little, whatever, and they laughed. They thought it was a joke. And you would too, because you show up with literally 2 million soldiers. The largest land invasion in the history of the world was almost 3 million people, and that was from like 14 different countries. They comprised the Wehrmacht and their allies, and they were from 14 different countries altogether. That is true. And they invaded the Soviet Union, and they were beating the shit out of the Soviet Union until the Allies continued to harry them on the left there, and then donated tons and tons and tons of material. In fact, we gave them more material than any other country has ever given anyone in the entire history of the known world in our time, right? I'm sure it's happened many, many times before. So here's my point. With you guys and me and our people here, by the time Alexander had fought Porus in the Indus Valley, which is modern-day Pakistan, and then they began their march into India, and he got about a third of the way through India. And his soldiers were like, look, man, there were 60,000 of us to begin with. Now there's 20. And the rest of this military is made up of the conquered peoples and their conscripts. And so his veterans said, we've had enough. They didn't mutiny in the way that they were like, hey, we're going to kill you if you don't do this. They just said, we've had enough. I mean, Clitus was dead. You know, Parmenio was dead. I mean, they were all dead. Everybody was gone.
Mm-hmm.
It was just Ptolemy. Ptolemy's brother was still there, and I think Ptolemy had a lot to do with it because he was like, "Look, I'm taking Egypt and the Fertile Valley there, and I kind of want to go back and rule. We keep going here and fighting these damn monkey tribes. We're never gonna." And he interbred with the Persians, right? And one of his closest associates, besides Porus, who was very loyal after he had conquered, Porus saw the vision. He goes, "Let's conquer it. Let's take over India." Because he had been surrounded by enemies, and with the help of Alexander, he could become the king of that region and just, you know, live under the Hellenistic culture. And he liked it. He liked the idea. But he said, he goes, "Dude, it's a massive undertaking because these people are all different tribes. It's their weakness, but it's also a strength because you can't just conquer one leader and then he tells you, hey, stop." That's the problem with the Native Americans. They were just like, the Comanche chiefs were like, "Well, you can take 10 bears, but you're not, you know, Kicking Wolf.
Bears is still going.
Yeah, Kicking Wolf's not going to go along with it, and Skyhawk is not going to do it. We're not, you know." And you have the antelope eaters in the South, and you're not going to stop them. I mean, Red Wolf's not going to go along with what I can say. Okay, but my guys will be fine, but the rest of them, they're not going to do it. So how are you going to get Kicking Wolf and 10 Bears and everybody to go along with it? It doesn't happen. That's what the problem was in India. And when Alexander nearly died at that point, he was, you know, bedridden for like a week. They were just like, "This is enough." So Ptolemy, I believe, pulled the trigger and said, "We got to go back. It's too much." If you end up with an army that is really like 2/3 something else by the end of the war, and this was happening to Germany too during World War II. The guys that marched in there during Operation Barbarossa were not the guys that marched back out. The estimates could, you know, some of the low end estimates, like I'm talking like maybe less than 20% of the units of the Wehrmacht, SS, and Pioneer divisions that went in, because all of the cream of the crop went into East. They left the West with kind of like newer, more green people, which shows their lack of respect for American and British warfare. They were just like, "Yeah, whatever, dude, we give a shit." You know, American was like, "Yeah, we fought, we beat them." You beat like really green conscripted people that were led by veterans. The hardcore veteran units were in the East. And the Soviets quickly learned that they weren't going to be able to just throw up any old whatever. And they didn't have really good units because their military had been purged. So Stalin was like, "Uh-oh, they shattered our front guys, which was their best, you know, whatever, but we need to start training some more." So they just started throwing massive amounts of people until finally they began to get veteranized. Some of those guys at the siege of Stalingrad and Leningrad who had fought the Germans for 2 solid years, just in the, you know, they were battle hardened by the time that they were rolling through Germany and going over and taking over and rolling through the Oder and defeating Berlin. Those dudes had been fighting for years. I mean, they had been fighting for a long time. And the German units, some of those units were just manned by like 20, 30, you know, men in little pockets of resistance who would hold off entire battalions for like a week at a time until they were destroyed. So their main units, some of these guys who had been around since the beginning of the inception of the SS, they were wiped out. They were gone. And so you had these new young guys going to the front, and they're just like, what am I expecting here? You wide-eyed, you could tell them because their eyes are like this, you know. What in the hell is this? This is not, it's war. You know, welcome to the front. And 1 in 10 was, or 2 in 10 were left alive. That's it. And I'm talking about the Romanians, the Hungarians, the Bulgarians, the Finnish, all of these different people, the Spaniards, all of them, Italians. They were completely just devastated because the front was so long and so big, and you're fighting in this cold territory, and there's no ground being gained in Leningrad and Stalingrad. because all of their people are behind those, and they could just keep throwing them to the front.
Mm-hmm.
It's a massive undertaking to mobilize your units. You know, Alexander had the same problem. These places became outposts. Persepolis, the capital of Persia, they were conscripting people left and right to go to the front during the wars with Alexander, and they were like, where are we going? These people, most of them had never even been to the Indus Valley. They didn't know where the hell that was. So you were starting to get green Persians who had not even, forget the Greeks and the Macedonians and the Thracians, they're gone. Your ranks are now just filled up with like Persians. So my point being is this: we're not in war. We're not fighting. Well, some people think we are, but we're not. But I don't want it to be to where the people that I started off with here in this show, 5 years from now, they're gone. They're not the people that we've already lost some people that were longtime listeners. Some have passed away and some have gone on to do other things. And every now and then they'll check in and be like, yeah, I check out your show sometimes. That's a problem because I don't see that kind of cohesiveness with some of these larger channels. You don't see, like, okay, just for example here, Gwen Hunt, Jordan Cogburn, like Under Fire, Lori Gibbs. You know these people.
Yeah.
Those are your base. And some of you guys have been here since the very beginning. And it's been 6 long years of slugging and slogging and whatever. And yeah, people say it all the time. Why do you only have 42,000 people? Because I'm not buying shit, man. That's why. My hand to God, we don't buy subs. We don't buy views. We don't buy likes. And we don't buy comments. People can say what they want, but if we were doing that, I'd already have one of those little goofy plaques that I don't really give a crap about. What I care about is my people. And yeah, I do look at the chat from the old days every now and then, and I'll see some of those people. And during all these wars that these shit asses started, because we didn't start them. We lost those people. They're gone. I don't know if they listen in private or what. Some of them may do it. They don't want to show themselves. Lolo, there's another one. But I saw them defect and go to these other channels when all that was going on, and maybe they're too proud to come back and say, hey, we made a mistake. I don't know. But I don't want to be 4 years from now, 10 years into this thing, and we've lost 2/3 of our base, and everybody that's there now is just some new people that came along because they saw me on some show. Now, I welcome everybody. If you saw me on Clyde Lewis, or you saw me on Tony Merkel, or you saw me on, what's another one? Whatever. Ellie Marzulli or whatever, one of these bigger channels, or you've heard me talk, whatever. Great. I'm glad to have you on board, right? And I love you too. Nothing against you. But the veterans that I started out with, I want them to be here. So when we do get to that certain point, I'll remember you and I'll be like, hey, this is so-and-so. And that was a big thing for me, because these people, they chose to wage war on us and try to stop us and hinder our growth. And they're still doing it. But the bottom line is this: they can't stop it. They will not stop it. And they've tried everything they can do, and they have sent evil, dark things to us. And I'm not even joking. It happens all the time. Susie Jago, look at that. Ken Christian. Here Day Dylan. These are the backbone of our show.
Sugar Britches.
Spilling tea. These are the people who make the show what it is, because without you and your patronage, we're nothing. And all of the Patreon members, whether you're new or you're old, it don't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Two Shadows. Frost, what's going on, man? Frost, hey, look, I sent you an email. And I can't remember what it was. If you read the email, all I need you to do is send I'm going to put the banner at the bottom, buddy, so you can see what I'm talking about. See, and I try to answer my people directly. I did this myself. I talked to you. That was me on the email, not one of my people. The giveaways winners, please send your name, address, and shirt size to giveaways@prtpodcast.com. Do that, Frost, and we will get it to you. I don't care what name you use, bro. It don't matter to me. You know, Andres Carazales, he's another one. Lawrence Morgan, Randy Alexander. I see all these people, Salem Nemesis. I mean, you guys, this is what does it, man. If I didn't say your name, I'm not leaving you out. You're just looking at the chat. You know, and then there's people that we lost along the way that were fooled by some of these liars that turned on us. And I still forgive them. I'm not mad at you. You were deceived. These people told you that I said and did things, you know, not true. Not true. And I cleared the air about a lot of things, man. People don't listen. People don't listen. One of these is that people think that Vic Cundiff said something about my mother. He did not say anything about my mother. What he said was something when my mother passed away. And the reason that I'm bringing that up right now is so you know the truth. Today is my mother's birthday. Folks, I'm going to tell you something. Today is a very important day. And I don't wax sentimental too often, but today is my mother's birthday. My mother died in 2021. She was 68 years old. So she would have been 72 today. She never should have passed away the way she did. And it was, you know, but I didn't sit around all day thinking about it and feeling bad, because get this, do you know what today is too?
So the anniversary of the show.
It's the anniversary of the show. And we didn't make it to where my mother's birthday came on the same day as I didn't do it on purpose. We didn't do that. Like when I told Sal, God rest his soul, Armando, or Mondo as I called him, Mondo was like, today's your mom's birthday? I said, yeah. So the first episode, we recorded it on the day of my mother's birthday. A couple years before she passed, and I called her and I said, Mom, we recorded our first episode. She goes, oh, I'm so proud of you, mijo. I knew you could do it. I said, yeah, it took us 6 hours.
Yeah.
You remember that, Tony? I'm so annoyed. and Anthony kept jumping on us.
Yeah, we kept we would do like an hour-long show, and then halfway through someone would mess up, and then we'd be like, all right, scrap the whole thing. Let's start over.
Yeah, we had to start over like a bunch of times. And then we did it in Sal's like echoey garage. And,
and we put up blankets.
Yeah,
his wife had come out and said, here's some blankets.
Yeah.
And
we had this crappy, like, it was like this, it's called a Yeti Snowball. I still remember it. Mm-hmm. It was like a crappy mic. And like it picked up, because these mics are designed to pick up sound from like directly in front of them. That one picked up sound from like 360 degrees.
And his son was there. Remember his stepson? And he sat in and he listened because he liked to hear the encounters, because he had heard me on Dogman. And after the show, he was like, you know, he goes, Anthony's really intense. Like me and Tony were like, he's mean. He's really mean to us. I handed him a note. I was like, give this to your mother. Help. Don't let anyone see this. Armando takes it. Help us. We are being tormented. What is this?
That would be something Armando would do.
And I'm like, Armando, I don't know what that is. Your son gave it to me. Apparently he's upset. I don't know what's going on with him.
Just blurts it out.
No. But Anthony was very like, he had it, and Tony, you know this. He was like, he wanted it a certain way. Mm-hmm. And if we deviated from that, he would get so mad. Remember that little board?
I mean, you weren't much better. It was you, Mondo, and Anthony were just annoying the hell out of me the whole time, because it was like Anthony was just like super controlling about like how we had to do stuff. But then you were like kind of like a perfectionist. So like you felt like if you messed something up, you were like, I don't know how that sounded. And you would ask us while we were doing the recording, and then Anthony would get mad and be like, you can't do that right now. We have to stop. And we have to start all over again. Yeah, and then Mondo would just drone on and on and on about it.
But Mondo agreed with me, though, about the extra takes. He was like, yeah, you should do it. And then Anthony was like,
because Mondo agreed, like, if we're going to do our first show, it needed to be correct.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, we agreed that we needed to do it over. But it was just like you would do it in between while we were, like, recording. You would ask, like, hey, is that, like, we're doing it good there? then Anthony would be like, "Oh, like you got to give me time to pause it."
Ultimately, though,
Yeah.
you remember the little
It was just all over the
noteboard we had?
place.
The what?
Y'all remember that little noteboard we had? The little where we would when Anthony would write on it. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
It's a little
Yeah,
erase
yeah,
board.
Yeah.
And so I'm not the one that broke that. All I'm saying is
He broke
he's the
it.
one, he broke it. He got mad at it, did something, broke
I
it.
don't remember breaking that.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
I'm pretty sure
There
it
was
just
one
broke-
episode where
I'm
you said
pretty
I wasn't
sure
talking enough.
It
or
just
something.
broke
Okay.
itself.
No, that's not how things work. All right, D.
It broke itself.
Yeah.
Sounds like Diablo right there.
I was just using the thing and it just fell apart one
Where's
day.
Scorpio? He's not in here tonight. Thank you for that donation, Surfing Spirit Bear. Keep up the good work, Wolf, Anthony, Tony, and Nelly. Just trying to do my part. Thank you, man. We're definitely not doing too well, but the whole country's not doing too well. And like I've said before, this has nothing to do with who's in charge now. It's the people who were there before.
Yeah.
And they keep and these people they don't live in reality, or I'd argue about economics with them, but they don't even understand gender. So how can you argue with economics? They don't get it. But anyway, so that's what's going on. I don't want to take up too much time, but that's how I feel. I don't want to be 10 years from now and have a completely different audience than what I started off with. I want my people, and we want to gather more people as we go and make the army bigger, you know. And Orem says, keep up the great work from the Marzulli team. Thank you so much, man. Great
That's
guy.
awesome.
He's a nice guy. He really
Yeah.
is. And so it was crazy when I started reading the parallels there, you know, like, hey, how could this could be what happens to us? You know, we end up, yeah, you'll grow. And I told Josh Nokio this, and I had this conversation with him. I said, look, yeah, I get it. I get the algorithms and all that. And you have this huge audience, but you're not really connected with them. And Bettina, she once said, she goes, everybody's got fans. She goes, but you have super fans. She's like, your fans will go fight out in the street, you know, for you. And she's right. Like, there's some of these people that are just absolutely diehard, strong fans. And I think we've worked really hard to cultivate that. And one of the things my mother said before she passed away, this is what she told me. She really said this to me. And she told me this one time when I was visiting her. And she's just right before, about 3-4 months before she got real sick and went to the hospital. She said, never forget where you came from. And I was like, oh, I know. She goes, I don't mean your beginnings, like living out in the sticks or living in the barrio with me. She's like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where you're at with your life. Don't forget the people who put you there. And my mother gave me this kind of a little speech. We were eating. It was at that restaurant there we used to like to go to in Tomball. My mother liked that place. No. It was at that. I don't remember the name of it, but anyway, it was after church. We'd gotten picked her up, and she said, and Bobby says, tell a story. I'm telling a story right now. Okay, that's very rude. All right, I'm telling a story right now, dude. How about that? How about you just go? Talking about my mother, and this dude's over here telling me to tell a story. If people don't want to listen, back, then leave, Bobby or whatever, whatever. And here's the thing. My mother told me, she's like, don't forget the people who started with you. She's like, people were going to jump off and they're going to come and they're going to go. There's bandwagon, whatever. She's like, but there'll be people there that'll be there from the beginning to the end. She's like, in my life, she's like, there have been people that have been there since my birth and they're still there. And, you know, not a whole lot, but still those ride or die people that were like her friend Becky, you know. Becky was there for decades in her life and she passed away before my mother. My mother had lost a lot of people that she really cared about. And I think she was just kind of tired. Yeah. And I think her grandchildren were the only reason she had to go. Keep on pushing. And Anthony, you and Christian in particular were her favorites, obviously.
Yeah.
It sure wasn't Paulito or Gordo.
No.
She had her favorites. And let's be honest, I was not her favorite child. I got to say that. I mean, I wasn't. I think later in life, I was her favorite.
Yeah.
In fact, I know I was.
And I think that she kind of regretted that it took her that long to realize, like, oh, this is the one who's going to be here for me to the end, you know.
I think it was one of those things where she had to find it out for herself.
Yeah.
I never gave her any speeches telling her.
Some things you can only learn with time. There's no other way. Like only over like different periods of time, and it's different for everyone. But I think that time is the only teacher for certain things for certain people, and like I've noticed it with myself too. Like,
Yeah,
it's just how it works.
and I look at it like this. You know, I took her words to heart. And I told her, I said, my mother knows this. I told her, I said, I've never been one of those people that disregards those people, that some of these people that are saying the things that they say and they do, you could not be more wrong. They could not be bigger liars. They could not possibly be bigger liars. I have friends, they say that a couple of them were going around saying this. I'm not going to say names or get into that. Saying that the people that are my friends are only future enemies for me. That is not true.
Mm-mm.
I have a shout out to Jeff Martin. Okay. Jeff
Yeah.
Martin last
He's a
night.
lifesaver. Nice guy.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Hold on one second.
Yeah, D, you can relate. He says, I'm a severe example of time and hard knocks being the main learning method. Yeah, and
So
it applies to everyone, just to different degrees.
Jeff, so we got to get this going so we get started here, but I want to say this. Jeff Martin, great guy. I've known him since I was 10 years old. Came to my house last night, late. Okay.
Mhm.
Works for SpaceX or whatever it is now. Brilliant guy, electrician, a master electrician. Fixed our problem in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Would have cost us a fortune to get that done. And then gave us the number to a HVAC guy. If anybody knows any HVAC people in the Austin area, let me know, because I need somebody to fix my, they want like $5,000 and I don't have it. I might have to, well, we're selling some gold because it's at an all-time high. But we'll be fine. We go through rough patches. That's what happens. People are also, they're afraid, and when you're afraid, you have to spend money to make money. I'm going to give you some advice, people. When opportunity presents itself, sometimes you have to roll the dice and you have to take it. You have to do it. Because the biggest problem is fear. Fear of failure or fear of success. People are afraid because you get more responsibility with success. Afraid to be seen, to show themselves for who they are. There's people who are afraid. You're living in fear and you're letting fear rule your life. Fear of death is a big one. Death isn't to be feared, folks. Don't be afraid of it. And I hope that I sit up here, I'll always be an example for you to understand. And I'm going to do what's right. It may not be popular, and it may not be what somebody thinks is good because it's not good for them at that moment in their growth. But I promise you, I'm going to do what I believe is right. I'm not going to take money or any sort of success over friendships, over, no, because I have friends that I've been friends with since I was born. In fact, Heather, she's a chiropractor, and my friend Adam Watson, he's a real person. You can look him up on Facebook. In fact, he would think it was funny if you texted him and say, hey, have you been friends with him your whole life? I have. Heather too. Heather Hamilton, she's been my friend. Well, she's Heather Casey now, but she's been we have been those two people I have known my entire life since I can remember. I was in preschool when I met Adam. I don't remember him and Adrian, his cousin. I was 2, maybe. I don't remember. My earliest memories of playing with them when I was a child. We are still friends to this day. I can call them and pick up the phone. Boom. My friend Max Leindecker, who passed away a few months ago. I had a phone call with him, a week before he passed? It's incredible how it happened. We had been friends since we were 12 years old, or 13. Daniel Robles, met him when I met him before, but became really good friends when I was 14, 15 when I saw the dog man with him. And we're still friends to this day. He's a preacher in my hometown. My friend Daniel Henderson, who had left the bike out for us to go get the bike so that I wouldn't see something that looked like this, well, didn't happen. But yeah, he just celebrated his 50th birthday recently, and we've been friends since we were 13.
Get yearly tamales from Daniel.
Yeah. These people, go to these people and ask these people, what do you think of Josh Turner? They are not going to say he's this horrible scoundrel guy because I'm loyal. My friend Keith Bell, I've been friends with him since I was 11. 10 or 11, I remember. There are people that I'm friends with now to this day. Scorpion's been my friend since 1999. Loki, he's been on the show. Same thing. 1999. Same year I met Chief. Still same thing. 1999. Met Squid in 1997. Met Jack in 1998. We are still friends to this day. And Willie, I met him in 1997. Sadly, he passed away. But I have friends I have been friends with for years. And I have some exes that I'm still friends with. Shout out to Carmen. She's a beautiful person. Still a friend. We're still friends. Not every relationship ended bad. There's only, really two. Really just two. And that's because they're crazy. And you are. So don't even try. I'm joking. But one of them we ended on a good note or whatever. But we just don't talk. But, the thing is, these people who are saying these things, they're completely wrong. And my mother looking down from him, because I know she loved Jesus with all her heart. I know she's okay. One of the last things she told me, too, when we were on the phone, she said, forgive. I had a hard time forgiving her. And I only hope that she forgave me for the way that I acted, after she had already given it up. She was like, I'm done. I'm not fighting you anymore. But I was always on guard, waiting for the other shoe to drop. She encouraged me to bury the hatchet with my dad and my stepmom, and not to fight with them. And me and my sister had decided we weren't going. Not your mom, but the other one. We were gonna make nice. And then as soon as my mother was in the ground, that was it. My sister did what she did. It wasn't me. But to this day, I will still forgive you. If they come to me and say, hey, let's make amends, wipe the slate clean. I don't hang on to this past. You know what people do? There'll be water under the bridge with you and that person, and they'll think about it. They'll dwell on it, and it'll bubble up, and then they'll spew it out at you because they haven't let it go. And I tell them, like, your stepdad, Tony. I said this. I said, yeah, I told him. I said, I don't hold any grudges with you, man. I should. I really should, but I don't. I don't. You said something to me or about me yesterday. Today's a new day. I don't give a crap. Every day we should be learning and getting better and better and better. That's what we should be doing. That's the biggest hurdle. And you won't get to where you need to be if you hang on to anger, hate, and you don't learn to forgive. These people are still acting a fool and going crazy and saying whatever they're saying. I don't give a crap. The minute it comes out of their mouth, it's like, I forgive you. I realize you're not mentally stable, and you're saying saying stuff like they know me personally. None of them know me personally. No, you don't. Saying the most ridiculous things you could possibly pop into a human being's head, and they spew it out there like it's the truth. And then they say, oh, we love God. We love Jesus. Really? Because it don't seem like it. But you have that too, folks. It's happening in your life. There are people that do that to you. There are people, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to shut up, and we're going to start talking about what happened last night. This is what I'm going to tell you. And I had to do this tonight. I have to say this because this is my mother's birthday, and this is also the anniversary of the show. And it wasn't even planned. Forgive the people that do the things to you because it's on them. It will the coals will fall upon them in their heads, not you. You don't have to worry, folks. You don't have to worry. Be strong in your faith. Thank you for that, Rebecca. My mother's name at one point was Mondragon because Lucio Mondragon was my stepdad. When she passed, she was Medina. That's her maiden name. She hadn't been a Turner for a long time. And Orem says, blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Yep. You forgive and you move on. You don't hang on to it. And there are people that can come up with sound bites and say all kinds of crazy stuff that I said and put it together in a collage and make it look like I'm a really evil, bad guy. But in what context? What was I doing? What was I saying? What was I responding to? Because I don't just randomly say I have something that I'm responding to. Thank you, Barry, for that donation. So that's why the growth is not like it could be, or maybe it should be. Because we're not trying to just get a bunch of people real fast. I'm not trying to get some plaque. It may take us another 5 years to get that. It's been 6 years. We only got 40,000 people, 42 on YouTube. We have people we have a lot of people on the podcast too that don't come here. But, altogether, there's quite a few, but I mean, it's not, the growth has not been, that's averaging like what? 8,000 people. Is that about right? 8,000 people a year. I mean, if you did the math, or is it 42? I'm sorry, 6 years, 7. That's only 7,000 people a year. So at that rate, another 6 years, and we'll have what, 80? But we're growing faster now because eventually you start to grow faster. But I mean, doesn't matter, because the people that I want to be listeners are the ones that want to hear. Tony's stepdad was one of my best friends at one time. His mother, Darl, the one that I talked about during the reincarnation dream or whatever, she said something to me. She says, she goes, you have to let the people come to you. You don't go out and find them. She's like, your students will come to you and you will teach them. And I was like, you think I'm a teacher? She says, I know you're a teacher. You're going to teach a lot of people. She's like, but don't chase them. She's like, don't pursue them, because you'll end up with people who you're not supposed to be teaching. In that, she's like, they're not ready for the advanced grades. They're not ready for it. She's like, so the people will come to you. And I've followed that advice. She's a very spiritually strong person. So anyway, that's where we're at. And I want to thank everybody for being a part of Paranormal Roundtable. 6 years today, 6 years. And so here we are. So last night we did the patrol, right? And we ended up going for a ride, and we went to, because it was already my mother's birthday and it was the beginning of the show. And the first episode of PRT, which only comes through on one, if you have two speakers left and right, only comes through on one of them.
Yeah.
Because the sound was bad.
I still don't know how that happened.
I don't know what the heck we were doing back then. But we drove by this water treatment plant, and we told the story of a woman who, I don't know where she's at now these days or what she's doing. I haven't talked to her in years, but she told us a story where she was using the restroom at that campground, which was adjacent to the water treatment plant, which is now being used as overflow as they do an expansion project. So I don't think anybody's actually camping there anymore, but there's a restroom there that she went into. And you got to realize this is only like, I think, a couple of years removed from the dogman encounter that happened from the guy that was working security for the Lower Colorado River thing, whatever. And this is, Lori says, what area? This is Lake Travis, Lori. So we drove by there last night, just kind of out of nostalgia. I said, hey, let's go. We're done with the patrol. Let's go and drive through there. And we were going to take some pictures, but it's all just got construction equipment and overflow and stuff everywhere.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean stuff won't show up, because they don't give a crap what you put. They'll things, creatures, entities, whatever, they'll show up. They don't care. So we drove through there, and we took a couple of really interesting photos. We found a tree, and it wasn't dead. It may look kind of dead because of the nature of cedar. But there's like these 5 like what would you call them, roots coming up?
Yeah.
And 3 of them were broken and snapped downward. And these were not dead. This was not dead. And we went a little further down. There was another one. And I had noticed it all the way back. So I'm going to go back tonight, and we're going to take some video, because Tony's off tonight. and Tony, and it was by accident the way you ended up being off.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't believe in any coincidences. I think it was meant to be. So we're going to do some investigating tonight. We're still trying to figure out how to work our cameras that were given to us by Wes King. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't know if it's okay if I say your name, but I
Thank
did.
you, King.
He gave us some cameras. We still need some more stuff, but we're gonna get it done. And we have some investigations planned, ghost investigations, and some Bigfoot, Dogman investigations. And we're going to be going to some places, and we're going to be doing some things. And we're going to start doing that on our off days, and maybe not doing the shows, but recording and then releasing them to you on our investigations. And we're not trying to be Helbin Holler or whoever's doing all this is really good at what they're doing. We're not trying to take anybody's place. We're not trying to be Ghost Adventures. We're just PRT, man. We just what we are. I'm the same person I am here that I am somewhere else.
We said 6 years now, so we just want to try some new things. And, you know, we've learned a lot since we first started the show, and I think our mindset has changed quite a bit. And I think we're a little bit either stronger mentally or faithfully. I mean, I think we've all definitely had some growth and change.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been talking about new things that, you know, the paratroopers would like. You know, Nellie's been doing a lot, whether it be for TikTok or the shorts or her music. And then we were like, okay, well, then let's get more content. What kind of content can we make that they'll enjoy? So we're hoping that when we start doing this thing, it kind of goes off well. But if you have any tips, or if you want to, you know, or not really tips, but if you have any, like, you know, advice for some places that might be good places to go check out, then that might be something we start getting to from y'all.
So, yeah. So Taylor Russell has a good question. But first, I wanted to say this here. PRT, join the Patreon, $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 tier, and you get like all kinds of amazing swag. We need to go tomorrow and talk to them about the tumblers. They should be almost ready. If you're a Patreon member, you get one for free while supplies last. So I think we have 50 of them coming.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So if you're the first 50 people who say yay, whatever, and so also the random files. So and then this is the super chat. If you want to donate, thank you. It helps the show immensely. Taylor Russell has a thing here. He says, does anybody think vampires will come out in the open in a lifetime? Yes. And I'm going to get into a whole thing about that tonight. The title, it wasn't just a catchy algorithms thing. This is what we're going to talk about this tonight. I'm going to give you a story about it, an encounter that somebody had that we know personally. Didn't know. We met them through work. It's not like they're our friend. I'm not going to say it'll be a stretch to say she's a friend of ours. But we know who this person is. And two of our guards were the ones that alerted us, said, hey, this person, you know, the blah, 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 blah. And luckily those guards are really close to us. But they said, hey, you know, you might want to talk to this woman. She has something to say. And then we talked to her neighbor, who didn't have the same exact experience as her, but confirmed some weird stuff. Before we get into that, though, last night, you want to talk about last night?
Sure.
We ended up leaving the area where the Goatman encounter had happened. The Dogman encounter had happened like probably 500 feet from there, you know? Not a coincidence that those things, I always thought that too. I thought that was weird that those things happened right there by each other. And I really believe both of those people were telling the truth. I honestly fully believe them. The one guy, he left Austin. He ended up going to Arizona to become a cop. So here's the thing, you know, and I don't know. I haven't communicated with him in years. I don't know what all he ended up doing or whatever. That's just the last I heard. Here's my thing. We ended up going down this one drive where we found Bigfoot habitation, and I'm 100% positive that's what that is. And we went into this trail, and we took some video and we posted it. So last night, if you go and look at the live, it was from Anthony's little crappy phone. We have very crappy phones, and we can't afford to get new ones right now. So he has a little crappy phone. So do I. And we were trying to, and I was going on to Abe's show, Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters with Abe Cius. In fact, Abe, if you're in the chat, you want to jump on and join us for a minute, you can. Because I saw something last night. I had an encounter last night with something. And I don't know what it was. We were driving down this one particular road. I don't want to say because people live there in that area. Well, it's not heavily populated, but there. And then people start, going over there, and then they blame me. But it's in what would you say, West? It's not really. It would be what, West Austin?
Yeah.
Central
like
West Austin, maybe. No, wait, North Central West Austin.
Northwest.
It would be North Central. Because it would be, you're just coming out of Central Austin, and then it becomes, it's right at the beginning of where it really becomes north, and it's west. Northwest Austin, okay? And and it's not in, it is on the outskirts of Austin. It's in the woods, okay? So we drove through there, and we were just stopping at the different water spots and looking, and Nellie loves to look at there's some fish that get in there, and there was a really big one. She was looking at the fish, and we hear stuff, and we've been through there a few times, and Nellie kept saying there was a weird feeling in the air. I personally was just like, we were on our last leg and we were getting ready to go home, and I was like, well, this is, it was nice and peaceful. We're going to go home. Everything's fine. I drive by, and I'm going to tell you right here, I am not making this up, man. I talked about this. Nellie went live on Random Files. Anthony went live on PRT, which didn't come out very well. And then I was on with Abe C as Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. So you can send Abe a message where if he wants to jump on, he can. Okay. And some weird stuff started happening when I was trying to talk to Abe. We kept getting disconnected. And that area is not really like a bad reception area. I don't know what was going on. But I'm going to tell you what I saw. And then after this, we're going to get into Dogman or whatever, werewolf, vampire. I saw something to my left. I was just driving, and Anthony and Nellie were talking, whatever, and nothing big going on. Oh, Nellie said her video didn't do good, so I deleted it. Yeah, her video was messed up. So was ours. I mean, ours was messed up. But we were driving, and we had the one camera with us, and it went dead. So I don't know what to say about that. We had a camera with us. It went dead. So I don't know how. I'm convinced that these things can drain like batteries. They do. I learned that a long time ago about these things. So we're driving, and we pass this spot that we go through all the time. And there's this fence there, and it's like these three pieces, right? Three pieces, or is it four? I think it's three.
I think it's like four planks.
Four planks.
Three or four planks.
Yeah. And anyway, there's about that much room in between them. And I see this stag there. I see this deer, or I don't know if it was a deer or not now, but it had horns and it was big. And I just we drove past it, and we weren't going that fast. And I was like, wait, hold up. And I said, hold on, guys. Did y'all see that deer? So they were kind of looking back, trying to turn around and look, which is not really easy to do the way we were positioned. We had pulled off onto the road. And the deer was gone by the time they had turned around, because I saw what it did. And I'm going to stop calling it a deer because it's not what this was. I don't know what this was. The face was black. Now, we have different kinds of deer up here. There's blacktail, whitetail, mule. There's mostly whitetail. This it had antlers, and it was big. It was a very large animal. That's what caught my attention, and it was really just my peripheral. As I was driving by, I was just like, "Whoa, what was that?" And I look in the mirror, and I'm like, and I see this thing. It might look goofy doing this, but it was doing this with its head. It was like rolling its head. It makes me dizzy doing that. And then it was kind of moving its head like this, and I was like, "What in the hell?" And I was like, "Hey guys," I was like, they were talking. I said, "Stop! Look at this. Do you see this animal back here? What is that?" And so, we weren't trying to get clicks or views or anything. We were just, going for a drive. And so we ended up we go backwards in the vehicle. And by the time we were getting close enough to where they could see through the back of the tent or the window, hold on. Is he in the chat?
I don't think
so. But
Well, here, text him from my
I
phone.
did not have to.
oh, you did? Okay. So what's weird is we back up and I see this thing. I am not joking. Folks, I'm not making this up. I'm telling you the absolute truth. Okay. It went through the fence. It went through the fence, folks. It had a black face. I don't know any deer on the planet that have a black face and gray body. The legs look black. I remember the legs kind of looking black. It was just real quick when I went by, but I was like, whoa, what the? It's kind of like when you drive by something and you don't really, you're kind of like, what? After you drive by it.
Yeah.
I just drove by it and I was like, whoa. And I stepped on the brakes. I said, hey, whoa, I just saw something really weird. And I was kind of inclined to like keep going. But then Nellie was like, turn around, turn around. I was turning around. We couldn't because the creek was right there where we had stopped. I would have gone off of the road or whatever. And I was worried about it. I said, I don't want to go off into the ditch and end up going down into the creek, whatever. So I turned around. Or I started to turn around and like I did like this, and then I just said to heck with it. And I started going backwards. And I started going faster, which is probably not really very safe. But I wanted to get there, and I was determined because I wanted them to see what I just saw. Because there's been multiple times where all of us have been, and we've seen stuff, different ones of us, and other people don't see it. Like I've had y'all see something and I'm like, I didn't see it because I was dry, but this one was mine. I saw it and I was, so I was like, I want to make sure that they see this weird looking, I don't want to call it an animal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was an animal. We back up, and as we're getting to where about to the point where they could see it, because it was kind of in a shadow, dark area right there where it was at. It goes through the fence. Folks, this thing with its antlers could not go under the fence. And as big as it was, it might have been able to maybe jump over. The fence is really tall, right? So I'm going to go back over there tonight, later tonight, because after the show I got to record, and then afterwards it'll be late. You might all be in bed, who knows? But I'm going to take some video of this area. And I'm going to show you exactly what the heck I'm talking about, because the video wasn't good from last night. We went live and Anthony's phone was horrible. But usually that area, we don't usually lose signal over there.
Yeah, we had terrible signal.
So I don't know what was going on with that. Well, I kind of do. But we back up and the thing went through the fence. And I'm not talking like it went through it's like this big. You can't go through that. It would have, and if it did go through it like a normal a human or a human physical animal, we would have saw it come out on the other side. We didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And that there was absolutely a deer-like animal there. 100% absolutely. I am not joking. And so I wasn't seeing things. I don't hallucinate, and I wasn't on drugs. I don't do drugs. I don't drink, nothing. Okay. That, whatever that was, went through that fence. How it went through that fence, dude, your guess is as good as mine. Underneath or over the top. That's the only way. But it went like through it, and I didn't see it come out the other side. And I was like, holy crap, that thing just went through the fence. So Nellie and Anthony's first reaction was like, oh, so it ran off. No, it didn't run off. It went into the fence and was gone. Like it didn't appear on the other side. So we parked the vehicle once we backed it up and got it. Now, and it's not a real wide road, so you have to kind of be careful. And if somebody's coming, you could actually get hurt. So we stop, we get out, and we walk over there. And where this thing was standing, I was showing and videoing the ground. There were no hoof marks, hoof prints. Now there was some green, like on the
plank of the fence.
On the plank of the fence at one spot, there was some green on there.
Yeah.
Which maybe it had grass on its hooves.
Mm-hmm.
And it was moving because it looked like it was putting its feet up on the fence, and it was like if you asked me 100%, you said, Wolf, what was it that you saw? I saw a shapeshifter. That's what I saw. something or somebody that can shapeshift practicing black magic or something, a skinwalker, or what you would think of as a skinwalker, something, because but then again, in the physical sense, how the hell did it go through the freaking fence like that?
Yeah.
And like, I know what I saw. I'm not crazy. And I'm not one of these people that's always like, oh, yeah, I'm out there, I'm seeing Bigfoot. Oh, did you hear, No, dude, like if it's there, it's there. If it's not, it's not. I have the eye and I can see things. I've been able to do it my whole life. There are things that I have seen that I have never shared with on this show. And y'all know. Y'all too know. And so does Nelly, and so do my brother and my really close friends. And I'm not ready to talk about them. At some point, maybe I will. Maybe I'll just make a compilation and tell you the different things I've seen. I've been in places, man. I was in a Schlitterbahn one time. You know what that is? Schlitterbahn, the place where you go swim and all this stuff.
There's a water park.
Yeah, I was 12 years old and I saw this black thing. It looked like a monkey hanging on this woman's back. I'm not even joking. I got down on this slide. And she, you know how people get on the slide and they're before you? And I thought, as a child, I was there with my friend Keith, and we were sitting there talking. The guy I was talking about was one of my best friends. And it was me, him, and another friend of ours. And we were talking, and we were all like, we love Schlitterbahn. It was great, right? You go there, and the largest water park in the world. And I was like, looking at this woman, and I was like, yo, she's got a monkey. And my friends were like, what? For a split second, my one friend thought that he saw something. He goes, I thought I saw something black for a minute, but I don't see it now. And I was like, it's right there on her. This thing turned its head around like an owl. And it looked like a black, and I know this sounds goofy. That's why I never really want to tell this story, because it sounds like you're making it up, or it sounds contrived, or it just sounds silly.
Fantastical.
Yeah, and so years and years went by, and I didn't tell anybody. My friends, I quit talking about it. I just didn't. I would see things, and I wouldn't talk about them.
Thank gosh. Or else you would have been called monkey instead of wolf.
And but I was 12 years old when I saw that, and I didn't. And when you don't really have a witness to verify it, it's kind of like, you can't. Why, there's. Well, we went live last night because we were in the hopes of maybe seeing it, whatever this was. And so once you already go live, otherwise I probably wouldn't even talk about it, because I don't want people thinking I'm trying to get views or clicks. I don't give a crap about that. I'm telling you the truth, what I saw. And this thing was there. It was 100%, 1,000% there. That there was a deer-like animal. If Jesus Christ asked me right now and said, was there a deer? I would have been like, yeah, there was like a deer. Now, I don't know if it was a deer, but what looked like a deer was right there. Yes, Jesus, yes. I would say that 100%. And the thing is, God looks down on you at all times. He knows whether you're telling the truth or not. I am not lying. I saw this deer, and I'm convinced it went through the fence. I don't know where it went or what happened to it. I don't know. But anyway, the woman, she goes down the slide and she gets down to the bottom, and I'm looking, and the guy keeps telling me, like, I'm sitting down at this point, the slide where you got to go like that, and he's like, you need to go. And at that time we used those mats. You probably don't remember that. That was before your time. But we had these mats we were on, and I said, I don't want to go after her, because whatever that was on her, I thought was going to be down in the tube. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought it was, I thought it was going to be in the slide, because when it turned its head, it was like, it had this weird, and it didn't look like a monkey in the face. It just, the way it was wrapped around her. And it turned its head around kind of like an owl, and it had this, I don't know how to describe it. It was very terrifying. It had a white face with black hair all the way around it. And it looked like a man. You know how guys used to, like, they don't have a mustache and they don't have this. Sometimes I'll
like
cut
the mutton
like
chops.
that. Yeah, and it'll just have that.
Yeah.
But the hair was all the way around it, and it was sticking up like that. And it looked horrifying. And I was just like, well, I don't want, what is that? Now I know what that is. It's a demon, whatever. But I just was like, I'm not gonna, because I got up and I told my friend, he's like, I'll go, the heck with it. He didn't care. He didn't see it. So Keith goes down, and I was just like, well, the guy's like, are you going to go, man? If not, you need to leave, whatever. And I said, okay. So I went after him. And I saw the woman like later on in the day, and we were eating, and it was like the area by the land, what's it called? The Landa Resort. You know where the
Yeah,
food court
yeah.
is right there? Okay.
It's a
So I
big
was
old
sitting there
design
and I
area.
was eating. It's a Texas thing, folks, if you're not from here. It's a New Braunfels. So I'm sitting there and I see that woman. And she was kind of a heavy set woman. She was wearing a pink bathing suit. And I just remember her walking up and I said, that's that woman with the monkey. And I kind of just blurted it out. And my friends, there were actually 4 of us, but that when we were up on that slide, there were 3 of us because this other friend of ours he had already gone down. Like he had beat us too, and he was waiting. So there was 4 of us there. And my one friend was like, we were kids, right? We were just little kids. And he was just like, he goes, what are you talking about? There's no monkey on her, dude. I said, dude, it's gone now. I saw it earlier. Then as I'm eating, you know, because it's New Braunfels, we're eating bratwurst, right?
Yeah.
So I'm eating a bratwurst, and my friend goes, dude, I see it. I saw it. I just saw it. And I looked. I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. And I was like, are you joking with me, man? He goes, no. We used to call him Tater. That was his nickname.
Mhm.
I said, Tater, shut up, man. You know, why are you doing this? And he goes, dude, I'm not joking. And he nearly started choking. And so my other friend was just like, are you guys okay? Like, you know, like he's eating too much sun. And I said, dude, there was a black creature, like entity on this woman. And I just like let it go, right? I was like, whatever, man. I'm not even going to continue with this conversation. And I didn't know whether he was pulling my leg or not. So then later that night, we were driving back home because, you know, it's not that far from where we lived, right? So we were going back home. And I think I was living in Taylor at that time. And Keith, I know 2 of them were from Rockdale. They stayed a night at my house. And then we dropped my other friend off because he was just asleep. He was out. And so my friend Tater was like, dude, we were up like playing, you know, video games or something. We were playing something like Castlevania or something, you know, some Nintendo game. And he was like, dude, I know what I saw. I saw that woman had something that was looking over her shoulder. He's like, but you could see through it. And I was like, get out of here, really? Because what I saw looked solid. I was like, it looks solid to me. I'm sitting like holding a controller, you know. And my friend's like, are you going to play or whatever? So I just threw the controller down and I was like, and my other friend was not interested. He didn't care what we were talking about. And I said, are you serious, man? He goes, dude, I saw it, dude. I really did. I know what I saw. And he ended up moving to like South Carolina or something like a couple years later. Yeah, dude, John Maddox says I never beat Castlevania. Dude, that game was so hard. Beating Death was just like almost impossible. But then trying to beat Dracula, forget it, dude. So I was convinced that like you couldn't beat it because like right, like you beat Death, but Dracula goes beyond death. So I thought you couldn't really beat it. So back then, we didn't have like the internet to go look stuff up and go, hey, there's other people who've done this. So we just had to think up our theories on our own. So nobody
spread by word of mouth.
Yeah, nobody in my area of Central Texas had ever beaten the Dracula. So we just thought that it couldn't be done.
Yeah.
Because Keith was the best at that game and he never beat it. So I was like, well, you know, if Keith can't beat it, then it's not, you know. And I found out later on because Nintendo Powers became a thing. You could get the magazine. I never could get it. My dad's like, I'm not paying for some video game magazine. It's crap, you know. So I would just get my friends. My friend Shane had Shannon. He had Nintendo Power, and he would just get him and his brother when they were done. They were really cool. They went to my church, so they would just give it to me, the old copies. So after they were done reading it, I would take it and read it, and then we'd all share it. And then you figure out, hey, it can really be done. We just weren't good enough to do it. But yeah, my friend, he was like, dude, I saw that. Now, he saw it too, and I know what I saw, and it just made me think I am not crazy. But I was really questioning myself. I was like, maybe I'm just seeing stuff, you know. And so when I told my parents this, I told my mother about that creature. She didn't even respond to me. She just looked at me. She would sew like not for money or anything like that, but she knew how to sew. So it was like a hobby. She would do that and cross stitch and stuff when she had time, when she used to not work so much. Worst thing ever happened to my mother, she became a workaholic. She had a lot of great hobbies until then, and it just ruined her. Money. It just the quest for money. It ruined her and my dad both. But when we were poor, we were happier. Put it that way. So my mother just looks at me and she's like, huh. And she's like, well, she did say something. She was like, did you see it again? I said, no, I didn't see it again, but Tater did. And then she just kind of rolled her eyes like, okay, Tater, because he's goofy. But yeah, I don't know what it was. But that kind of stuff would happen every now and then. And there was a weird thing that happened between me and my friend Brian. One time we were little, we were going to this church school and we saw something, just weird stuff like that, you know. But I didn't really talk about it because it was like when you talk about it, it makes it sound like you're just trying to get attention or, you know, or you know, it doesn't work. Like it makes it seem like you're, you know, making up shit or something. You know, I don't excuse my language, but it does. And so last night, like I have seen things like real quick, and you know me, Anthony, I've seen stuff and I'll be like, I saw something and I just, I don't entertain it, but that I saw it and I watched it through the mirror, my side mirror. I watched it go through the freaking fence. I said, that thing just went through the fence. And so that's why I was just like, dude, there is something there. And we are doing the giveaway tonight, folks. So get your name in green. It's $5 and you can enter into the giveaway. And yeah, you can help support the show immensely by becoming a member or becoming a Patreon member.
You can do that by clicking on the join button that is right next to the subscribe button if you haven't pressed that yet, right next to the bell if you did press it. And you can also find it by this $sign next to the live chat. If you go all the way down, it says free or membership gifting. You can buy a membership for yourself or for someone else if you're feeling generous.
Yep.
And if that doesn't work, then you can check it on the computer because it's weird depending on whether you have iPhone, Android, and how old your phone is.
So here we go. Here's another one. So we're going to move on from that. Abe, we went on to his show last night and we talked about what I saw. We lost the connection at one point. We had this like weird, and I don't know. You go look at his show, you can see we were trying to connect over and over again, and it wouldn't work. It just kept kicking us out, kicking us off. So we have a lot of different stories though to talk about. Besides that one that happened to me and Nelly and Anthony, we never did figure out what it is. We're going back. I'm going back. So what do you guys? Here's Abe real quick, and then we'll see what he says here. Hey man, what's going on?
Brother Josh. Wolf, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm good. I just was telling them about the weirdness that ensued last night.
Yes, I sent you. I created two short reels. We were debunking I was debunking at the location where you're at, and I caught something right there by the fence. And then over there on the other side of the vehicle, there was something over there in the brush that was standing out there. There was another one inside the tall grass or whatever was out there. You could see it move. So there was some stuff around you when you were out there. You know, but the one on the other side of the vehicle was in the distance, but you could see it. I did a close up of it. But the one by the because I left it with I sent it through Messenger. You know, there's two short reels that I created. The one where you're explaining and saying that there was something there, that it was tall as a thing. If you look at that video, the short reel is still there, but it's further out. It's like on the other side. He's like in front of you, and it's standing there. And you can see it.
Yeah, I think I saw that on the video on Anthony's phone, but it didn't come out very well. But I think I know what you're talking about, because at one point I panned upward, and I had my phone, and I don't remember, like you were playing, like I was trying to talk to you, and that's the video. I think you captured it from my phone when I showed you.
Yeah. It's just it's from last night's live when you was showing your audience where you seen it. Well, I created a short reel to show you that it was still there, but further up. It was in between the brick thing to the other brick. It was in the middle, and when you look at it, you can see the figure, how it looks and everything. Wow. So I created that short reel for you. Just like you described it. It's right there. And it's like, man, I know I see shadows here, but this is something that's standing right there. There's nothing that's casting that shadow. It's definitely something there, possible DDN or whatever you want to call it. But it was there, right there, like in between the pillar, the brick pillar to the other brick pillar was in between. So I could see it, and I created a short reel of it so people could see.
I think it like
I
went
said-
like tried to hide or something, dude. Like
It wasn't even trying to hide. That's the thing. It was.
well, I mean, from my visual, like whenever it went through the fence and when it saw us driving backwards, I think it was trying to hide. And
Well, it was there, man. Because you got the flashlight,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're shining the light, and you said you're so the pillar was. You're saying how big it was, but beyond the light, you could see it standing right there. It was right there, but it was.
Yeah.
You could see its figure, like the silhouette, and as you moved a little bit further, it was still there, and then it's like you turned the other way, and I'm like, wait, and my bro was seeing it too, like, hey, that's no way that's a shadow, like anybody's casting that shadow. Well, there's definitely something there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll send you a show reel of it.
When you get a chance, we got to go and do some investigating together. I mean, we got to get you and Tony and of course Anthony, Nelly, and bring Maddie. We'll just bring Maddie so we can throw her in front of whatever it is.
We need
can
good
make
bait.
our escape. So if me and Abe are getting older, we can't be running. We got to slow it down with something. So Maddie will do that. That'll be her job. Be like, hold the line, Maddie. We got to get out of here.
And
You'll
if
be
you have
the
to
bait.
tie someone to like a stick to act as bait, it'd be too hard to get like a log for you or Abe. So it'd be nice to just be able to get a branch somewhere, just put it down and tie her to that.
And then like the nighttime is one of the hardest ways to try to capture something, because it's nighttime. Normally people go out there, they'll try to look for at least a glare of some eyes, red eyes, white eyes, or there's things that are like same things to capture during the day. That at nighttime they would look like a shadow, right? A shadow or a silhouette of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a shadow, it's a shadow. But at nighttime it looks like it's a silhouette of somebody, and that's what the show reel that I send you. It looks like a silhouette of something, just like you described right there in between those pillars, or the brick that holds the fence to the other brick. It's right there in the center. You can see the fence, and you can see it in the ditch, or right there by the grass, standing there, pretty tall actually.
It was very tall.
Yeah,
This
and
thing
we were
was
like,
tall.
"Whoa, he's not even moving; he's just standing there." Like.
Yeah.
But sometimes when you cannot see it but that's why the cameras capture what you can't see. You're not seeing it, but it's still there. Your equipment is going to capture it. But it was standing right there, maybe 7 feet, 8 feet away from you. And then when you went towards your vehicle, there was something on the other side of your vehicle, and that one I don't know what it was. It looked like you had a figure of, I don't know, man. He had a nose and was pretty tall. And then there was another one in the tall grass. So I made a quick short video of that one, like about 15 seconds. I had to lower the speed just to make sure what I was seeing was there. But yeah, the one that was inside the grass, that one was moving. It moved from inside out to the edge, and the other one just kind of like it turned the head. Well, it didn't turn too much, but you were able to see the eyes and the nose. And I was like, man, that doesn't look like no deer,
Yeah.
So it's something. I just, but he had like a black nose. It didn't look like no deer. It wasn't on fours, so it looked like it was just standing there.
The face
Whatever
of this
that was.
deer-looking thing when it was a deer-looking animal when I drove by it, and like I said, I would testify before anybody
Yeah.
that I saw a deer-looking thing, but it was gone. It disappeared. I don't know where it went because there's a big kind of cliffside right there, right, Anthony?
Mm-hmm.
So that little area where I don't know where it went. I don't know where it could have gone. But it had a black face. That's what was weird. It was just I don't know. I don't know what it was. And I wish I could have caught it on video and been like, hey, this is what I saw, but I didn't.
Yeah, they move very, very fast. Especially, they kind of hide in the darkness. So if there's light, they try to avoid the light and just move around from darkness to darkness. That's what they do. So if you have a light, like what was weird about it, that it seemed like it was coming towards you. even though you had the flashlight, it was still there, and they're like, "Whoa, how's that shadow coming towards them?" If it's a shadow, it's supposed to be away from them. But yeah, it was right there. Something, you know, an image of something that was pretty tall.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just, it was weird. If you go back and watch Abe's show from last night, you know, and then we ended up talking for a little while. I went on your show once I got home because we couldn't connect.
Yeah.
We tried over and over again. And that area is really, we don't usually have problems connecting. I've walked around that area and taken footage and stuff and been on the live stream. And then I waited till I got home. And once I got home, then I got on with you. And folks, I'm telling you, man, I miss outspoken, probably not deer shapeshifter. That's the only thing. I guess that's the best description of it. It was like a not deer, you know, as people what they call them, not deer.
Well, you know, it's just actually a shapeshifter. You know, it's just it was probably you caught it in manifestation form of a deer, and or maybe caught it in between the manifestation. That's how they move very rapidly, like which you're trying to change form. You know, in which you're going to see maybe. You know, you luckily you didn't see a face of a person as a deer's face. You know, they would have probably really freaked you out even more because that's what they do. You caught them in manifestation. That's why you seen it trembling. You know, and
that's
in and out.
Around. Yeah.
Is that what the not deer phenomena is though? Is it just shapeshifters acting weird? Because I mean, now hear me out. I don't know any better, obviously, but this is just a theory that I had based on some things we've talked about in the past. Is that what if it's like a demonic oppression or like attachment of some sort, and they're affecting these animals? Because there's plenty of cases of animals doing weird, unnatural things or like acting out of behavior for them. So like that's one when you started first mentioning these not deers to me, that's one thing that I was wondering about. Is it maybe like something is spiritually affecting them, and maybe what you saw last night was in fact just a shapeshifter who had the form of a deer? Because one thing that I get worried about is that the classifications of these things is that we have to make sure that we understand what's going on, and if it's just an animal acting weird, that we're not just calling it a not deer. And if it's an actual shapeshifter, that we call it, you know, what it is, so that we can understand what the motivations of these things are.
Well, let me go over something real quick here, and Abe, and you guys give me your opinions. Those in the chat. Orem says something here. We'll start with him. He says, "I think not deer is some kind of spirit inhabiting an animal and corrupting it."
Yeah.
We've talked about these others that attach themselves in the vampire. The stories that we had tonight were a vampire and a werewolf story, both of them involving this demonic corruption. But you also have that here. Somebody says here, this is another one. Joe Pop says paranormal electronic warfare from Skinwalker. Now, let's go back a little bit further here. We have another one. I think I lost that one. There was another one that somebody had said. But anyway, we go further down here, and John Maddox makes a very good point, and he says cryptids seem to be caught better on old school CCTV. I have a theory about this, and I'm, you know, Abe, you and I have talked so many times. I don't know if it was you or Jason Bland I was talking to, one of you two. And I had said something, and it might have been BMR too, because I was on the phone with him the other day. We were talking about all this weird stuff on camera. Here's my research on this. The powers that be, like what Jason McLean said about these phones, that's the black. This is basically like a scrying mirror now, you know. And so this technology, when you start looking at this technology, you're sitting here going like, this is something that if it is created by the powers that be, the principalities in high places that Jesus talks about, don't you think that they're going to make this to where it's harder and harder to use these things to catch them? Because they don't want you figuring it out and catching them, and you know, they're hidden.
Mm-hmm.
That's like the word jinn means, hidden. It's what they do. So a demonic is going to be in touch with, they're going to be in cahoots with this, the people that run this technology. So don't you think that they're going to do everything they can to keep you from being able to see them? So that's why what John Maddox said right there, the guy's smart about that. He says cryptids seem to be caught better. The camera that we saw that little duende on, that Ernesto's friend had. You remember the little thing that was closing? Okay.
That was like a CCTV camera.
It was a closed circuit television, and you caught it, even though it was like sitting there and then it goes real fast. You know, the fact that it was able to do that and move and manipulate those, you know, and it reminds me of the story you told last night on the show. And Abe, you've told that one before. And it's a funny one where Abe's talking about that little monito. It's like a little man, like a little duende. And he's sitting on what is it? The washer, the lavanderia, right? All right, so he's sitting there, on the dryer, right? And he's just sitting there like he's getting ready to go out on a date or something. Got his hair. He's like, you know, he's obviously suave. He's got the hair. No, he's not pelon. And so Abe is like, why is this little dude sitting here looking all happy and smug, you know, on my dryer? People have reported this, and get this. One of the places that, and we talked about this last night on Abe's show, go back and check it out. Like, people do report seeing these little duendes in their washrooms. I don't know what that is, but there have been, like, one of my goddaughters, she had told me, and I had talked to her mother about it, and she said that she's like, you know, she saw this little man come out from behind the washing machine down in the basement, you know, when they were living up north before they had moved out to Hawaii. But she said that this thing came out and was standing there just looking at her. And so she freaked out, ran up the stairs. But why are they found in these places where people go to do their laundry? I mean, that is a weird thing. They like these little small rooms where they can, because they're small, diminutive beings themselves, and they're a subnatured being. But I'll bet you anything, those little creatures, they can manifest themselves. That thing last night was big, but it was able to shrink down small enough to go through this much space. Mm-hmm. And it didn't, with those antlers, it didn't go underneath that either. And I don't think it jumped up that high enough I didn't see it jump. I saw it just kind of wiggle and go through the fence. Didn't see it come out the other side, though. That's weird. Now, it may have turned into like a shade and then went, you know. But that is the weirdest thing. And I think that these phones, folks, are going to get to where these cameras and phones nowadays, they're making them to where you can't catch these things. And so it'll always be this point of contention. People always saying, well, these things don't really exist because we don't catch them on camera.
I mean, that's my biggest fear about like any chip or anything that they're going to put in you is that like if it has the ability to put things in your visual cortex or like show you stuff in your eyes, that means it has the ability to hide stuff from you too. Mm-hmm. So like it can prevent you from seeing information or seeing things that are actually there, and you would have no idea.
Well, that's what fluoride in the water is for.
That's, I was going to say, I was just about to say, graphene, fluoride, 5G, aluminum, it's all geared toward making you be blind and deaf, and you can't, you know, but you have people like Abe who, you know, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. Don't being taken by a bruja as a child, but it did make you able to see. And I have that ability, but it's not on your level, but I can see things. And that's why I think I caught that. But a lot of times I just don't say anything because it's just, I don't want to.
Yeah, it's just a natural ability, you know, have it's called a don, you know, in Spanish. I have that ability, you know. I don't have to read no cards, go to a fortune teller, or say I'm a psychic or a medium or anything like that. It's just something that I've always had all my life. There was people that would lose their jewelry, and they would call my mother to send me to their house, and I was always finding everything that they were missing. So my mom would use me in that manner, and they would pay her money. They're like, I lost my wedding band. I don't know where it's at. They send me and I'll find it in their homes. You know, it's an ability that they have, you know, just like what happened when I went out there and I found that truck. You know, it turned out to be from a person that was missing for 2 months. call the police. They want to go out there and investigate, and they found the body out there. This has always been with me. I'm able to sense spiritually what's around the spirits. If it's an unclean spirit or whatever kind of spirit, I can sense it. Just like when we're out there in your conference, I could sense a lot of things. So I just was staying prayed up, because you can.
And you were right about a lot of it too. There were people there that were doing what they were doing.
Yeah, so I'm glad. I'm kind of glad I didn't go to no after party or nothing like that.
Yeah,
that I stayed to myself, and just I was just sensing what was around, But you can sense when somebody has a negative attachment. That's why I prayed for one of them that had a negative attachment, and helped her out. But yeah, it's it's something that you have that you're blessed with, and you got to use that blessing. You just can't have the blessing and not use it. It's given to you for a reason. So, but yeah, I could take people to places where there's activity, but I just don't know if they're ever going to be able to see it. But if they take their EVPs or cameras, camcorders, whatever they want to take, I'm more sure they'll capture something. There's a lot of hot spots here in Central Texas.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
It's a lot of native land.
And then we ended up talking last night about brujas and witches and what happened to me down in with me, Scorpion, Willie, and Dee. We were down in South Padre, and there were those 3 girls, and we saw them later on in McAllen. Yeah. And Scorpion and Dee are in the chat. I mean, we went to McAllen and we ran into these women that looked like they looked like somebody's abuelita, man. I was like, dude, like not like super old, but like when you're in your 20s, man, somebody who's like 50 is really old, Like I'm old as heck to people in their 20s, but I was just like, that's the same women. And they were like, they were, dude. Yeah, for sure. That's what they look like. And I was like,
they know how to infiltrate, especially if you're drinking and stuff. They know how to blend in with the scenery. That's what they do. I used to run into them all the time over there. And I think I was telling the story where I was a pitcher. I was in Little League, and I would hit the lechuzas with the rocks. Then following day after, me fighting all night outside, throwing rocks at the lechuzas, at the brujas, I'll be at the grocery store the following day, and there'll be a old lady
with a black eye
all over her body and black eye, and she was looking at me very ugly, and I'm like,
that's what they get.
Why is she looking at me ugly? What did I do to her? And they're like, oh, you're the bruja that was on the tree. She was all banged up, man. You can see the welts of the rocks on her and everything. So it didn't take a genius to figure it out that she was in the form of the lechuza on my tree. She was all banged up. I think one time I hit her so hard, I just heard, where I hit her hard, She was on the tree in the form of a lechuza. Yeah, imagine being at the HEB and then you see an old lady looking at you real ugly and she's all banged up with bandages on her arms and her legs and a black eye. I said, man, those looks like the spots, because I was a pitcher. And those looked like spots where I was hitting the lechuza at. It's because that's what it was. It was a woman that was all banged up.
Did she ever tell you anything about it?
Nah, I was with my mother at the store, and I said, Mom, why is she looking at me real ugly? And I could tell it was because I was the one that hit the lechuza, right, with the big old rocks, and I figured it out on my own. I just didn't tell my mother about it, And like it's like she wanted to tell me like I'm gonna get you or something like that, but she was like looking at me real ugly, real mean. I mean, she was banged up big time, man.
Oh, you messed her up, huh?
And saying that, brother and sisters, guys, no domestic violence, right? It's always good to talk about it. But I mean, if it's a lechuza, then it's all good.
Yeah,
you don't worry about that. If she's out there messing around, making those on the tree and whispering and trying to open portals, summon things to go on the attack, it's okay. It's just the lechuza on the tree. Don't worry about it. If you see her the following day all banged up, it's okay.
You have to wait until she's in her bird form to attack her. Then it's cool. But whenever she's in the old lady form, you help her out with her groceries.
Taco and grapple.
No, just look at her and it's like give her a little smile, like yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Say it to yourself, yeah, I got your
I'll
ass.
do it all over again, lady.
You know, that would happen to me all the time. They would come every Saturday night to our house from when I came back to the States all the way till I was like around 10 or 11 years old. So that's from 3 to 10 or 11. They would come every Saturday and mess with us, mess with my mother, with my brothers and sisters, making all kinds of noise till I got tired of it. I said, you know what? Enough is enough. And I went out there with no fear. You know, I was banging them up. My grandmother came and she told them to leave, you know, said something to them. And then I seen them all fly away from the trees. And that it was like the last time I ever seen them. But I got to see the one that I beat up, I guess, that day, because she was the one that was on the edge of the house by the trees. So she's the one that got it the most. Yeah, she got it the most because the other ones were sitting beside her. But I didn't want to go in the darkness. So I stayed in the light and I was hitting the one that was closest to the edge. And where she had her injuries was on the side I was sitting the lechuza, which was the right side. She was all banged up from the right side. Sitting on the branch, on the tree. So all the right side was banged up.
CO2 pellet guns.
Yeah, well, I couldn't afford a pellet gun, but
I mean, an arm and a rock seemed to be doing enough damage.
Yeah. She was an old lady too, man. I felt kind of bad, you know. I mean, this lady had to be up there like like 80, old lady. Skinny old lady.
Bad.
But
I mean,
I don't feel bad for like old people who were still stuck in like these wicked practices who've had like, let's say 70, 80 years to turn away from their wicked ways and they're still just doing the same thing. I don't feel bad for them at all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and brothers and sisters, these things still exist. You know, they're around. Ever since I'm originally from South Texas, from the Rio Grande Valley, and me, my brother, family will witness them. You know, sometimes we go walk into the store in the middle of the night or like around 10, and you can see them dressed all in black in the street. Our town was like a lot of people was doing bad things, a lot of brujeria, witchcraft. So there wasn't when it came to nighttime, they wasn't afraid to hide, to show themselves. So they would show themselves how they were dressed and everything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I would just stay clear from them. But yeah, it's just like when y'all go and investigate, you know, what y'all encountered last time. You just got to be careful. Make sure you're prayed up before, during, and after, or you have to tie bun or rebuke at that time, because you don't want negative attachments on you to jump on you, you know.
Yeah,
that's what they do. They like to drain energy, whether it's your equipment, whether it's your vehicle, whatever equipment you have, they'll drain that energy, you know. You can have a car, next thing you know, the following day your battery's dead. I'm like, man, why is my battery dead? But if you remember, you were out there investigating, or something drained your battery. I've gone to and parked my car not even near the location. I come back, drive it home, following day, no power. They don't want to start because it drains energy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there I am. I think I had every time it would only happen when I would go investigate. I think I replaced the battery like four times in 1 year. And it was only when I would go investigate that would happen to my vehicle, that the battery will completely drain, you know. I changed out the starter, I changed out the alternator, all kinds of things, you know. But luckily, I think it did it again, but because it do come to the neighborhood at nighttime, you could see shadow movements. My brother was with me where we're in his truck, and then it gets dark all around us, and he's like, "Hey, bro, why is it got dark all of a sudden around us? No, it's nighttime." And then he's seen something move. He's like, what the F is that? You know, I say, hey, it's those DDN, you know, they come in shadow figure form. You know, don't be afraid, just rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. Yeah, y'all captured some stuff out there last night. Where y'all if you look on the video sent by the fence, there's something standing there. In this side, on this side of the fence, where Brother Josh Turner was talking, that he was this tall. It was like right there, like 7-8 feet away from him, pretty tall. It kind of looked what he was describing, but like in a spirit form.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Man,
go back and check that
I
out.
hope you never run into one of those things, a lechuza or a bruja, and you got to be careful, guys, with this shapeshifter skinwalkers, because they can manifest into anything. So if you're out there, imagine you're out there, and then all of a sudden you run into a puppy on the side of the road. I don't know if I want to pick it up because it might be that shapeshifter skinwalker. Or
Don't worry, Abe. If I see a puppy on the side of the road,
you guys are youngsters, and you there's a beautiful woman walking in the middle of Timbuktu, and you're like,
Yeah,
hey,
I'm
let's
not
pick her up. Let's help her. Look, she's way out here by herself. Be careful, especially if she gives you a beautiful smile, and she says, "Can you give me a ride?" Because that might be the dear woman.
I'll remember this every time. If I ever see a beautiful woman, a puppy, or a child on the road, I'll make sure to either hit them with my fist and then run away, because I'll be like, Abe told me to, pow, and then just run away.
Just be careful. That's all I can say.
Flicking rocks at them.
That's another way, the Abe method.
Especially if there's activity. That's what happened to me and my nephew. Y'all heard me share that story of the deer woman. Another thing that you can look out for is they'll be acting weird. Look if they have like a yellowish glow in their eye. The shapeshifter skinwalker, like a yellowish glow in their eye, or if you see any kind of deformation. For example, the shirt might be of a deer print, of a cougar print, some kind of animal print on the shirt or blouse that they might be wearing. Could be a sign that it might be a shapeshifter skinwalker, or if it's wearing a coyote or some kind of animal hide on his head and on his back, and they're in the form of a human. That might be a shapeshifter skinwalker in its natural form. So you got to look up for all these little signs, or if he's butt naked with a hide on him, barefooted, that could be the shapeshifter skinwalker, its form. You just got to follow your spiritual instinct. Then not give it any power through fear will be the key. Wow. But yeah, I used to see them all the time on Fort Hood when I was in the Army. Down range. The thing about them is we have thermal capabilities that we're able to see heat signatures of something that is alive, right? Like doesn't matter what it is, that we could see their heat signature with our thermals that the tank has. Well, there was some things that will appear in the ranges when we'll be shooting gunnery, and I'll be like, hey, I see like 6 things out there that are moving, but there's no heat on them, no heat signature. But they're pretty tall, they're moving down range. So I would have to call range control, the people in charge of the range, to call a ceasefire, because I could see something down range. They would see it because they have capabilities on the towers, and they would see something move, but it had no heat signature. So that's where shadow figures have no heat signature. This unseen, what people call unclean spirits, have no heat signature. You can still see them moving, but no heat signature.
Yeah, that's not an uncommon thing. Actually, exactly what you're describing, like to see things in these like infrared cameras, like like those night vision binoculars, or the thermals, and then you take them off and there's nothing there. Especially overseas, in the context of like being in the Army or the Marines. There's been a bunch of stories of people seeing, like, people pulling guard duty, and they'll see like the outlines and images of people in the distance, like out there in the desert, just like walking. and they take them off, and there's no one there, and that, like, it's a problem because you can't tell, like, if an enemy is approaching or like what it is, so you don't know, like, how do you handle that, as a soldier?
Yeah, they're out there, man. I used to see them, and it's like the only thing you can respond to is something that has a heat signature. But it's like you can't really say too much to your chain of command. It's like, hey, I'm seeing these figures, because then they're going to question you, right? So
Yeah,
there was
you
a lot of
sound
things that I kept away from my the people in charge of me, that I would see, that I wouldn't tell them nothing about, because they wouldn't understand. The only thing I would tell them is the things that I was trained on, right? Things that had a heat signature. But anything else, I really wouldn't say too much. Not unless the activity was pretty bad. I might tell my immediate chain of command, but I couldn't tell everybody everything that I was seeing, because they probably would freak out.
Yeah, that sounds like living hell, Abe. Not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
I'll be out there in the field, and we're doing like a bore sighting, or tanks
Mhm.
getting ready to go down range, all my platoon, and I see something, and I was like, man, I see something pass, like, there, they got the bore sight, and I see something pass right beside them. This big old shadow figure that's just taller than the tank. And I don't say nothing to the guy, because I don't want to freak him out. Uh, at that time we were young sergeants, and he retired as the first sergeant. Is like, yeah, I already. He sees the show, and it's like, I knew you could always see things, but you would never tell me everything. But I'm glad you didn't, because I would have been. He tells me, I've done helped him out already, with a home he had in Fort Worth. Had some activity. I told him exactly what to do. So yeah, he sees the show, but he remembers me of the things that I will say. Certain things, when I witness something, I will say things. And I've been in some situations where uh, our tank almost flipped over, and we're sitting in where, like, I'm sitting on the gun tube, my loader's sitting on the wall. We're all sideways because the tank is tilted. The only thing that's holding us up was a gun tube that was stuck in the ground, and it was like a 20-foot drop. And I tell the driver to hit a parking brake, and to keep his foot on the brake and don't move. My TC wanted to jump out of the tank, and I grabbed him. I said, "Don't do it, because any little movement, we're gonna all flip. So you can't do that. If we flipped, 65 ton goes real fast. You're gonna get squashed. Just stay inside the
Mhm.
tank, grab onto something just in case we flip over." So we're sitting there, right? Next thing you know, you hear a woman crying, and this is in NTC, which is Fort Owen, California. We're training out there in the desert. We're in Timbuktu in the desert. There's no civilization around us. We're hearing a woman crying, and it's going around the tank. The woman cries and goes to the front slope of the tank where the driver is. You can hear the woman crying, and the driver gets all scared. He was a Puerto Rican. Sarge, what the hell is this? I said, calm down. Just don't. I'm getting the F out of here. No, stay in the. I started praying. Just calm down. Why is she crying like that? She was going around the tank,
Jeez.
crying like a. You want to call it the Llorona? It was something that was crying. It was a woman's voice crying. Just stay calm and relax, guys. And I went into prayer. I had to go into prayer. Went into prayer, and next thing you know, we got a call over the day to turn on the bright or headlights, because when you're out there training, you're supposed to be in blackout mode, which means no lights. So we turned on the lights, and uh, Sergeant First Class Robinson found us. He hooked up a tow to us, which is a big cable. He hooked it up to the rear end and onto his tank, so we wouldn't flip over. But yeah, there was something definitely around us. When you're in a situation like that, uh, stay calm, and relax through the chaos. Don't
Mhm.
don't give the chaos any. How should I say? Feed it anything. You have to stay calm and relax no matter the situation. You know, and that goes to invest when you're out there investigating, and because you're going to run into things when you're out there, especially at nighttime. You know,
Yeah.
nighttime. That's it's because you really can't see what's around you. So it could be right beside you. You don't even know because it's going to use the night to its advantage. That's why I go during the day, at least. And even you've seen what I've captured during the day when
Yeah.
they're moving real fast. At least during the day, I can still sense them, but I'm able to see if something is around me. But at nighttime, it's dark, so you just got to rely on your senses, you know. But yeah, it's a little bit, especially what time was it when you all out there last night?
Was it?
Yeah, it was about 4
Was
in
it
the
that
morning.
late?
Well, it was.
Yeah, actually, it was.
Mm.
Dang, we were out there
Yeah,
late.
you were out there late, man, and like just when I went into those woods, it was 3 in the morning, and I got surrounded by this 6 things that were very tall. I couldn't see the whiteness because I went in there blackout mode. Blackout mode means no lights.
Mhm.
When you're here, if somebody's the reason I went in there is because the woman was crying for help. So I went in blackout mode, which means no lights, to sneak up on whoever was doing the harm. You know, just follow the sound. But yeah, it was like I guess a trap. But when you win at something like that, you're never going to be the same, man. I mean, depends, what if you can get out of the situation, you're going to learn from it. Every situation you go through, you learn from it.
Yeah.
Somebody says a predator, Bigfoot, to something
sorry.
about the vehicles.
Let me see if I can find it again. There it is. Yeah, he said they put logs on the road to get you to wreck.
Yep.
Let's get into this encounter. Abe, you're welcome to stay on. I'm going to get into
No.
this story, though, and I want maybe, and you can give some insight. You can co-host with us.
Okay.
Here. So we had a couple things. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do them all, but let's talk about this for a minute, what this guy just said about the predator Bigfoot. And I believe Dogman is the same way. And somebody asked me, well, they didn't ask me. They told me they didn't believe that these creatures had the same intelligence as us. And I said, I don't think they do either. What's up?
I was going to say, we've talked about this, and I think it's a different level of high intelligence because you look at us as intelligent because we build things based on the fact that we have no physical ability, so that we implement things to make up for that. These things are physical specimens, 8 foot, 9 foot tall. They're physically strong. They have weapons on their hands. They're just built in. Their mouths are full of teeth that can break through you and bite your head off. Bigfoot and Dogman, either one. So it's a different level of intelligence based on different forms of different paths that we've taken. So I mean, they are intelligent, but I was just obviously just not the same.
Yeah, and so what I was going to say is like they don't have the human level intelligence. They have an understanding, but they, if they did have our level of intelligence, they would manifest it more in the way that we do things. They would use it as a. They're not like vampires in the way that vampires have an absolute human level intelligence that is supremely more advanced than ours. So is the reptilian. Dogman and Bigfoot are more like these wild bestial type entities that do what they do, but they have this predilection toward being out in the woods or wherever people are, and they can ambush people that are alone or not paying attention, whatever. And I think what this guy said about the logs in the road, I think that's or guy or gal, I don't know if that's a guy, I think it's a guy. These things can ambush you when they put them out in the road like that. And I know that like what he said about how they know that we love our pets and they attack our pets. And that way, I said the other night on the show, we should plead the blood of Jesus over our pets. Everything in your house, all your people, everything. I don't care if you have goldfish. That's what you should do. These creatures will prey upon anything that's not anointed, that's not protected. And so I don't fear them like I did at one time. I was like, I got to be real careful going out there because I don't know what these things are capable of. Now I do know, and I know exactly what they're capable of. They will unalive you. But I don't fear them in the way that, because I know that I am covered by Christ. I will say this, the prevalence of them has gotten more and more and more. The more people talk about it, the more people are coming forward and saying, hey, I've seen something weird. And it's still got that sort of a stigma to it. When I talk about seeing an upright werewolf, people just look at me like I'm crazy. They still do that. You know. And what that guy said about them tricking you, and I'm going to say this, I don't believe that they have to use, like you were saying, kind of like what you said, Tony. They don't have to implement that level of intelligence here, because they already have all the weaponry in place to do what they need to do. And they are very animalistic. But what people don't understand is just because something is from the spirit realm doesn't mean that it's super duper intelligent. There are some very animalistic entities that come from the other side, and they do what they do. There have been people who've had hauntings where they've had like dog-like entities that are just like dogs that'll growl at the foot of their bed. And they don't do anything but that. And they'll act vicious and whatever. And it's not always the super hyper duper intelligent entities.
Yeah.
They're not all super smart, and they don't have to be. You know, Orem says something here. He says, the crazier this world gets, the more often people will see these beings. Beasts of the earth, vanguard to what's coming, at least in my opinion. I agree. And then Benjamin says that they use traps, you know. And then Patty says something. He says being able to cloak is something else, as technology or evolution could be evolving. I'm going to say this to everybody. I think that is something that they do naturally. That's just a natural predatory thing, because octopi do that. They will change their, you know, and, you know, it's something that we've heard people say, many different friends of the show who have different channels and things, and they've said things, they wrote in books. Jerry and Ella Williams, Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. It's a very good book. Go check it out. And Jerry and Ella talk about how these things manifest. They become what they eat, you know. I don't know if it's exactly that cut and dry, but it could be. And they cloak, you know, the way they cloak. But I think that they are getting genetically modified too. And somebody asked me this question in a group the other day, and they thought they were being snarky. And they were like, well, if these things are so super strong and intelligent and advanced and whatever, how is it, and they're metaphysical, how is it that our military is able to take them down? And I said, it's very simple. Our military, the shadow government, the shadow military, and I do believe it exists, they have the technology to cube these things. And then somebody asked me where they got it from, and I'm like, aliens. And then they laughed at me in the group. They said, well, you're crazy. What is an alien? I said, a demon. You know, well, what is a demon? An alien.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the truth. I mean, you know, and then let's talk about AI for a minute here. Because think about it. Someone sent me a message through my wife. They asked me a question about the key of Solomon. And they asked the question. It was a very simple question. Maybe if Nelly, if you're listening, you can text it to Anthony, because my phone is a piece of crap and I can't afford another one. Now I'm about to start robbing people, dog. You better stop me, man. I'm trying to be a Christian, folks, but you ain't donating. I'm just saying. I use the finger gun. I'm gonna be in there like, give me a new phone. I need it. I need it. Like Dave Chappelle, like a crackhead landlord. I need the rent. It's like, I just paid it. I need it. But no, I do need a better phone. But no, so the books, the Key of Solomon and the Lesser Key of Solomon, you know what those are. Those are grimoires. I have read those, and but I don't recommend anybody going out and reading them. Now, I have not read the Shams al-Ma'arif, because that's a forbidden book, and just having a copy of it could get you an invitation. You could be inviting some dark entities to come to you. People have seen really dark things from having just a digital copy of that. Don't do it. Don't read these books, because, you know, if you have even the slightest inkling that you couldn't help yourself but try some of this crap, don't do it. Okay? Those are grimoires, and I didn't even finish the first one. I was like, okay, I know what this is, and I read part of the second one, and I'm like, okay. One of them, I think the Key of Solomon was written in the 14th century, and I think the Lesser Key of Solomon was written in the 15th century, something like that, like 100 years later. You might look it up, see what it says. But I could tell you this. These beings, okay, if this AI is involved in this at all, which I think it is, they are, what's up, Breezy? How you doing? They are absolutely able to plug into the World Wide Web. So all of these books, including that other one I just mentioned, they are all there for the AI to just download into its mainframe, computer, brain, whatever, and they could use it. So AI will not only have every bit of technology that's out there that's open on any web platform known to man, but they'll have all of the magic, which is advanced technology that we don't understand.
So the Key of Solomon was written in the 14th or 15th century.
Okay.
Lesser Key from the 17th century.
17th century. I don't think that's right. I thought it was like about 100, 200 years. But, well, I guess it would be 15th. Okay, yeah, it would be. Okay, that's right. So it would be about 200 years, 100 to 200 years. So these are grimoires that were written. And so think of it as AI having access to that. Okay. Then it 3D prints, so to speak, creatures that it can summon. I mean, imagine if you were AI and you were given the ability to do this. You're going to go out and you're going to seek out knowledge. You would have the ring, the key, everything. And these beings, you could 3D print them into existence. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Are y'all following me, or y'all? Because y'all are looking at me like I'm crazy.
No.
I don't know if y'all aren't acknowledging it. So I don't know. I'm just saying maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm off base here. But
no, I was just reading something about the Lesser Keys of Solomon that kind of vindicated what you said. So it was compiled in the 17th century, but it says it incorporates material from earlier sources such as the 16th century. It named some other grimoire with a very long name that I can't pronounce.
What is it? So,
and even some elements dating back to the 14th century or earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So it was compiled in the 17th century, but some of the stuff it uses from like earlier sources. So yeah, this happens all the time. It's like I'll look something up and then you'll be like, oh, I don't know if that's correct, and then I'll keep reading and then it's like your doubt is like verified. It's like, oh yeah, he was right to doubt that.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like I know what I'm talking about, but not always.
Yeah.
Kathy, thank you. Kathy, thank you for that donation. We have these grimoires that were written and now they're online. So anything that's online can be accessed by AI. So if and when, unless it's already happened, AI becomes cognizant and says, hey, I am ready to do what I got to do. I have access to the world's technology, alien technology at that. I have access to all of the magic, which are the keys to the universe, and now I'm ready to annihilate you. What recourse do we have with a fundamentally flawed three-dimensional brain? How are we supposed to, Well, there are things you can do because there is a thing called sacred geometry, which was used back in the day to do the things that Jesus did, right? But it is not for us to know or do those things. We're not supposed to be seeking it out. But you have people who I believe, like Abe, they're very spiritually in tune, and they bypass all of that physicality and all of the mental, whatever. It is a complete spiritual eye, and you look at the world through the eye. And that chair is so loud, dude.
I'm trying to.
No, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at the chair because that chair sucks. Because it's loud in the deal. So you have this weird, these books, that people write from way back ancient times, whatever, and now every bit of it is online.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody who's so inclined could access that. But what if somebody makes that leap between human and AI and begins to enact on a physical level? That's what transhumanism is.
Yeah.
And it is trying to bridge the gap between they need beings, and werewolves and dogman. Well, werewolves are people, but the dogman and Bigfoot ain't going to cut it, because those are shock troops. Minotaurs, as you can see, you don't see many of them. They are around still, though, as we have discovered.
Mm-hmm.
They're still around. I promise you, from the bottom of my heart, these things are real, all of them. But that is something that was created a long time ago, and it's still around. But you see how there's not very many anymore, because they were so violent and aggressive. Mankind wouldn't tolerate them, and so they destroyed them. Not the same thing with Bigfoot. Bigfoot has blended in, and it has managed to stand the test of time. The hairy man, which was also created at the same time as the Minotaur, if you believe the Sumerian the stories of Tiamat. She was the dragoness, right? She was a dragon. What does that mean when it says that she was a dragon? She was a reptilian. More than likely a Draco, the lineage, and it was probably a melding between that and the Anunnaki. These were beings that were not originally from here, but they had the massive amount of technology to do these things, and I believe, and here's the thing, if you want to jump on, invite Joe too. Joe can jump on with me, and it'd be like old times. Right. Me, Joe, and Abe. We just need Monica, and we'll have the whole crew here together. That weird how we would do that caca with Monica.
Yeah.
We heard that last night, that bird-like sound. I don't know what that was, and we heard it right before I saw the shapeshifter, whatever the heck that thing was.
Deer shifter.
Deer, yeah, not deer, whatever. So when you stop and you start looking at these creatures from that eye lens that Abe looks at it from, that I can only, I've tried to wall it off. But, Abe is just like white right there looking at it in living color. And we've seen some of the same things, but I don't see it as frequently because I try not to, I just really don't want to. But I do believe, and here's a story, I will get into this right now. And this is, somebody had given us, this is a guy who gave us this story from North Carolina, North Carolina. And he was at Fort Bragg, right? And he claimed that they were out on leave, and there was a person that had told them that they could change into any animal that they wanted. And this guy was Navajo, and he was in the service. He was in the military, and he was straight out of Fort Benning. When you go to boot camp, Fort Benning, unless you were there to do jump school or dive, not dive school, that's Coronado, but jump school. And so you go to Fort Benning, and this guy was fresh out off of the heels of his boot, and they came, and they like to mess with people who are new. You're a newbie, they call them boot. You're straight out of boot, right? Whatever. And the guy was like, he goes, "You don't mess with me." He goes, "I have an ability that you guys can't comprehend." And this dude, they think he's at first they're kind of playing around, joking, and this guy he's a Hispanic guy, and his name's Mendez. And I actually used to work with this guy, and he gave me this story. I never knew any of this, and he told me, he said, "Well, I never knew that you were into this, or I would have told you. We worked together. We didn't talk about any of this. We were at government housing together years ago." And I ran into him, online, just whatever, Instagram. And he told me, he says, "Look, man, I have a weird story. This guy claimed to be able to shapeshift." And what is that?
Something going on over there.
Something going on over there, Abe. So
that was my dog is. They're feeding the dog.
Yeah.
The noise. Yeah.
Yeah. So this guy, he claims that they went out on a night, for leave or whatever. They got a pass. You know how you get a pass to go out and so you go get drunk or whatever. So they go to this little dive there in North Carolina, and it's a town over. right? They don't like them drinking like right there where they're at because they kind of cause problems. And of course, the MPs are around, so they like to go. It's kind of like the guys from Killeen, and Abe, you would know this. They'd like to come to Austin or go somewhere. They don't want to stay in Killeen because then you get in trouble. And so these guys, they went to the next town over, and I'm not going to get into where they were at, but they were drinking at this one particular place, and this guy starts talking about that again. And he says, dude, my father and my grandfather were shapeshifters. They were skinwalkers. And he tells these guys, he's like, I have this ability, and you wouldn't believe I could do it. He's like, but I have not done the sacrifice, so I can't fully perform it, but I can show you. So they said, okay, when we get back to the barracks, show us this amazing trick. And he goes, I'll do it right now. So he goes out into the back of this bar in an alley. And there was like a big fence back there behind it. And they went back into the back of this bar. This was years ago, but it probably would have been mid-90s. Because I worked with Mendez in the late would have been before. Oh, so it would have been before 96. So they go into the back, and this guy kind of bends his body over, like hunches over into a U, and he just kind of stands there like that. And they're like, amazing. You can turn yourself into the letter U. Congratulations. Okay, well, we're going to go back inside and finish doing shots and getting plastered because we hate being in the military. We hate life. So, whatever. So they're just like, whatever, guy. Enjoy being a U. And then one of them's like, whoa, hold on. And that was my friend Mendez. And he says, dude, what the heck? And this dude's arms came straight out, like, he's holding himself up in a U shape. And then he said that his head stayed down and his body was, he could contort. At least we know that at this point, right? Up to this point, he puts his arms out like in a T. And then his arms kind of go like that. And they could even hear the snap, kind of a break, almost like his arms had broken. And they see his arms go down like this, which was this weird angle from where he was. And they had elongated. And then his body goes from being bent into a U into like a pyramid type shape. And then he lifts himself up like flap, like just floop, whatever. But what was weird about it was his head was still down and his arms were out at his side. When his body lifted himself up, it was his legs, not his upper body. So his legs pop up like this, and he's holding himself up on his fingertips, and his head is still facing down. Then his head goes like this. And these people, there are three of them. There are three GIs. One of them is no longer around, but the other one, and I communicated with this guy very briefly. I didn't really I asked him about the story that Mendez told. And the guy, his last name starts with a K. I don't have permission to say his name. But he's living in Wisconsin, but he says if Mendez told you that, it's true. So that guy did verify, and that way he verified it. And it was a Facebook profile, and it looked like him, and he had pictures of him when he was younger in the military. So I'm going to take it at face value. But he said, he goes, it was a weird thing. That's all he said. He didn't give me any more details. And it didn't sound like he really wanted to talk about it. The other guy passed away years ago. He stayed in the military, and he ended up going to Iraq. That was after your service, Abe. And this guy, he passed away, whatever. But he was in the military for a long time. IED took him out. So here's what ends up happening. This guy, he flips his legs upward, and then his legs go out. And then they bend at a weird angle. And this guy looks like a freaking pretzel. But his head, when it was sticking out, like this part of his face where there would have been a muzzle, right, started to elongate and come out. And they were sitting there watching this. And what's up, Breezy? How you doing?
Yeah.
So they're sitting there and they're watching this man turn into something. And then there was a girl that was there, and she worked there, and she was taking out trash as a bartender. And she's like, oh, my gosh. So she freaks the hell out and runs back inside. And then this guy, at this point, his face was very lupine looking. And then he goes back into like this sort of a ball, and then pops back up, and his arms are still kind of bent weird, and he was walking kind of funny, kind of insect-like. Then he stops, and his arms go back to normal, and he tells them, "Did you see what, do you see what I'm talking about?" And they were like, "Yeah, we see what you're talking about." And so for the rest of the time that he was on the base with them, they were like, "No, we're not." They just stayed away from him. It was very weird. The guy kind of stayed to himself. He wasn't a troublemaker from what they said. He didn't cause problems. And he wasn't a loudmouth. It wasn't a whole lot of whatever. He just didn't.
Just a weirdo.
He was just kind of looked at as like an oddity. And so that one of the guys, the one that passed away, had told them that he was not interested in talking about it. He was trying to move up through the ranks. He didn't want to be involved in that. And he was an NCO who was going to school so that he could become a commissioned officer, which you know what that is, Abe. And so he was trying to become a lieutenant, and then you become captain. And he was like, "Look, I'm going to commission school. I don't want to talk about this crap," because then you get called into the major's office, and they're like, "What do you believe this?" But this other guy who became an NCO, a sergeant, he just said, "Just stay away from that guy. Don't mess with him. Just leave him be, because he's different." And this guy was definitely different.
That's one way of putting it.
So, and I chose this story tonight because of what I saw. So I was going to tell another guy's story. My apologies to the guy that I was going to give you a story tonight from Tennessee. No, I chose this one because of what happened last night.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because I don't know what I saw other than it could have been a skinwalker. And if we don't get to the vampire story tonight, folks, what we'll do is we'll just tell it on Tuesday. It'll be we'll record it tonight after the show. We'll do it on Tuesday, and we'll retell it. And then tomorrow night is open lines. Anybody wants to jump on, and Abe and Joe, if y'all want to jump on and co-host with me tomorrow night, we can have people come on. There's always a big old bunch of people in the queue trying to get in and tell their encounters, and there's some weird stuff that goes on. God, I got a guy with a demon possession story the other night. He told me something. Dude, this is weird. Let me tell you this. While this guy was telling me about this, and then I'm not even making this up, dude. I was sitting there, man, while I was talking to this guy. I mean, he was talking, and I was sitting there watching my dog. She kept running up to one of our dogs, Elvira. She's real in tune. She sees things, and she growls and barks. The other night, Tony was having to get her under control because we couldn't figure out what she was barking about. But that's before we did the cleanse, because she saw something, and then we saw a shadow right after that. So she keeps going over to the curtain, and I see the curtain kind of move. And the guy was telling me the story, and he tells me, he goes, at that point, I kind of didn't hear what was leading up to, because I was being distracted. And then he said, I saw the curtains move by themselves. No bull crap. And it happened. And then my dog was growling and going toward it. And my cats were like hissing and acting weird. So I get up and I walk out. I said, "Hey, well, hold on." I said, "Hold on, dude. I got to, and his name's Paul." I said, "Paul, let me just stop you right there. I'm going to mute you for a second." And I said, I was talking to the animals. "What are you doing?" And they all just ran from the front room. And I was just like, "What in the hell?" So I don't know if it was something that was affecting because of what he was talking about. And it was basically him talking about when he was in the 90s. He was at a party, and he was like he was into Satanism or whatever. Mm-hmm. He was like, "I'm my own god," or whatever. And they were listening to a band called Demi Borg.
Oh, yeah.
And
terrible
of
band.
Course, yeah, it sucks for that. I can't stand it. But anyways, D them, and yeah. And so they were listening to it. And he says there was a guy there that was trying to do a ritual, and it lit the carpet on fire. But the only thing that burned was a pentagram. Kid you not, man. The whole thing. And he goes, "Dude, it was like somebody took lighter fluid and made it into a pentagram." This is a guy's story he was telling me. So that was weird, and then he had seen somebody's face distort. We're going to get into that one too eventually, but it was just so much information. And I said, "Look, man, you're going to have to, we're going to have another talk here because it's too much to take in." And once it gets to that point, you do start having to take notes. You can't just memorize everything. But the guy that was telling that story about at Fort Bragg at Mendez, I know him, and I've known him personally. I've worked government housing project sites with this guy. I've known two guys named Mendez, and this guy, I met him when I was like 20 years old or something like that. And he had already been in the service,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so he was older than me, but he was telling me, you know, that he saw that. And years later, he ended up in another base, and I think he was at Fort Leonard, and he ran into a guy that knew that dude. And that guy ended up going AWOL, or at least they thought he did. And they found him like asleep underneath a truck. Now this is the really interesting part about it is somebody had claimed earlier in the day that they had seen a giant wolf laying underneath one of the transport trucks. Right?
Yeah.
And then later that evening, they find him there, and he was extremely intoxicated, and his uniform he was disheveled. He was wearing his unbloused, uniform, whatever, the BDUs, no shirt on underneath it. A lot of times you'll wear like an undershirt, because it gets kind of crappy, because I've worn BDUs, and you have to wear an undershirt or something, And for us, it was like you have to wear a vest, which sucked with that stupid trauma plate and everything else. It's stupid. It'll save your life, but it sucks because it's just stiff, and you're just kind of like, it's whatever. You look like you're about to invade Poland or whatever. It's like, let's go, comrade, or whatever, whichever side. There was two of them that did it. But you're basically like, and I don't like being weighted down with all that crap and the bat belt and all that. I'm not into all that gear. And so the guy was basically like just disheveled and underneath a vehicle, and he got in trouble. I think he went to the stockade, and from what I remember, this part of the story, I don't remember what he said happened to him, because at that point I was being talked to, and I couldn't get him to repeat it because he was in a hurry and I was in a hurry. So the last part, I don't remember if he ended up getting a Section 8 or what ended up happening with him. But so I never finished that part of the story, and I never went back and asked Mendez about it, but that's what happened. So
yeah, Article 15, he was drunk on duty.
Yeah, but I think it was Section 8 only
45 days on, 45 days off.
Mm-hmm.
No pay.
Yeah. Because it was what do you call it when you're discharged for mental
dishonorable discharge or a medical discharge?
Medical, yeah, it's a medical, but it's something else. There's a
psych.
Yeah, it's a psych discharge. That's what it is. So he may have ended up getting a psych discharge. In Article 15, definitely, if you're drunk, but that doesn't, he ended up going into the stockade, and then if they give you a counselor, which they do,
they chaptered him out. That's what they call it.
Yeah, and so they'll let him out like that. But it's weird because there's so many different people who've had these experiences, especially in the military, and our military is like every military on earth. They don't want you talking about this crap. They do not. I mean, I talked to a guy who claimed they claimed to have seen a giant snake, and it wasn't our military. It was Nicaragua, and I knew this. I've known this guy for years. He's a really cool dude. I've known him forever. Worked with him years ago, and his dad was in the Nicaraguan military, and they threatened to literally lock him up for the rest of his life because one of the people in his platoon was eaten by a giant snake. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Go check it out. Do you need the okay. There's probably one right there if you need it. Something to protect yourself. Yeah, it's weird though. And then they told him, hey, you're not to talk about this. This isn't something that we want the world thinking that we're crazy or whatever, What are your thoughts on that, guys? Start with you, Joe. What do you think?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as to for them to think that other people think that we're crazy, but it's they don't want to see, or they don't want to let other people see the other side of the veil.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like, because there is that, and if it's let loose to a point where it's a commonality to where, oh, the government knows about this, and people, you know, it's a normalcy as far as the authorities are concerned, then yeah, then that blows the lid off the whole thing. You know, like, yeah, we know extraterrestrials or interdimensionals, or, you know, all this is, yeah, we've known that, you know. So yeah, I think that they try to hide that whole thing from
Mhm.
your normal world. Just keep going on and doing what you're doing. Keep going to your 9 to 5. Keep living your life, and make us money. And don't worry about anything spiritual that's going on outside of it. And you know, just keep part of the machine. You know what I mean? I guess that's, you know, that's how I think about it. Stay part of the machine, and don't look left or right. Just put your blinders on and keep trucking. Don't worry about the snakes in the woods.
Yeah.
You know
And just
what I'm
keep being a gear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a cog in the machine. Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
you were talking about last night, Abe, about how you were on the tank and then you ended up not being on the tank when you re-enlisted. And they are interested in warm bodies doing jobs. That's pretty much what they do. That's their job, to keep the machine rolling. So it's like, oh, you're not on the tank anymore. Well, too bad. We're just gonna put you somewhere else. You're gonna, you know, whatever. If nothing else, you're gonna take a mop and a bucket. They don't care.
Yeah.
And then when you're done, then good luck getting a prescription, because I've gone through this with my grandfather, my uncles, and my brother, and my stepbrother, and I've gone through this with my cousins, 2 of my cousins, because the VA sucks. Strongly suggest, if you ever get the inkling to go into the military, there is something you can do, folks. If you really just have to go find a sponsor and go private. You don't have to be in the military to do it. Most people, 80%, it's about 80% of them, a little over 3/4 from what I read, do go into the military. And then some, and a lot of them, they'll go Marine Corps, and then they want to re-enlist, they'll go Army afterwards. It's usually not the other way around. But you can circumvent all of that, and you can make 3 times as much and get a way better health insurance plan if you go private. The problem is that there's a high mortality rate in the private sector. And those that go private, you will do the same thing. You'll be trained. Typically, you will go to Pendleton, you do jump school, at Benning, you do dive school, Coronado, and then you'll probably end up at MTC, Marine Corps Training Center. You'll probably end up in Reading. You might end up in the Desert Warfare Center, 29 Palms. They have these programs. They really exist, folks. Now, I don't know. I haven't looked into this in years and years, but you can do it, and you can make money, and you'll get paid like I think it's about 4 to 6 times now as much as an average grunt going in. You'll have to be on their bases with them, and you'll have to follow their rules and regulations. And a lot of times, the people that are in charge of those bases, I had a friend that did this at Fort Sam, and they don't like you because you're basically circumventing. But the thing is that the whole point of it, though, is to circumvent the Geneva Convention. That's really what it is, because Geneva Convention, you know, and there are weapons that we're not supposed to use because AK-47 is considered contraband. If you're out in the field and say Abe was out there and he took an AK-47 off of one of the Medina guard and started using it, he could be court-martialed. We go to stockade, even though I think it's a superior weapon to the M16A2 at that time. That's my opinion. But it is, you can get in big trouble. Any kind of Warsaw arms pack weapons, you're not supposed to touch or use, and turn them over immediately for destruction.
Yeah. Well, they did that with shotguns in
shotguns
Vietnam.
are not supposed
Right,
to. But
yeah.
Vietnam, there was a shotgun in every unit. It
Right,
really
right.
was. I mean,
Yeah.
because close quarter combat, that resolves it right there. I mean, so you had these weird, rules and everything, and you can join foreign militaries too. One of my old bosses was in the French Foreign Legion. He had a lot of pictures and stuff, and he was Lebanese, but because the French Foreign Legion is just that. It's the Foreign Legion. You can't be a French citizen and do it. You have to be. And then you're granted French citizenship, and it's a 5-year deal. And their boot camp is brutal. It's an extremely, people die on their hikes doing the French Foreign Legion. Yeah, dude. He was with a Somalian that was out there and he dehydrated. Imagine how hot it has to be out there for a Somalian to dehydrate and die. You would have to be like the sun's ass,
You gotta have water
like,
in
holy
yours.
crap, dude. It's hotter than the surface of the sun. And then Dick Richards says 76239, yes. And then it dried up because of the war in Ukraine. You couldn't get it, and everybody's looking for their mini Drakes. Man, I need some 76239. Well, you're like, got any more of them ammo for that Drake? There isn't any. But now that's starting to come back now. You can get the ammo for that and whatever.
Yeah.
I would strongly suggest, though, if you haven't been in the military, this is what I think, and this is what I believe. Germany, Israel, I mean, there's a million countries that do it.
South Korea.
It's Taiwan. It's mandatory. You have to serve 2 years.
Mhm.
You have to.
I agree.
When you turn 18, you need to serve 2 years so that you can go in and you can learn how to wipe your ass correctly, because there's a lot of people that don't. And then they think it's okay to disrespect people like Abe, who served our country and did what they did, because they have no clue what it's like to go through that. They have no idea. And they've never done, they couldn't hold a grunt's sweaty ball sack, and they want to talk about it. Yeah, well, yeah, while I was gangbanging on the street corner, like, yeah, whatever, dude,
Got my switch, dog.
Yeah, you weren't doing holding a gun like that. I saw a guy at the range doing that one day, and I was with my friend Brian, and we were like, what is this for real, bro? I mean, and then he's over there like doing this while he's talking and stuff, and you're just like, what? I mean, what? Get this guy out of here.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
No, but that's absolutely true, though. I mean, because a lot of the other countries, like you were saying, they have a minimum military issue to where you have to, but it should be, like here in America, I believe it should be the same kind of a thing, but more of everybody should know how to use weaponry, right? And should have classes on it, and it should be a mandatory thing. And back in the Gap, like in FFA, Futures Farmers of America, like everyone took rifle training and everyone learned gun safety and gun control, and and back when they had gun racks in the back of the
everybody at our school had one back
right
then, and they weren't blowing each other away. Nobody was walking into the school and just opening fire on people like they do now.
Right.
And I'm going to say something else. Look at how many of these shootings happen during Democrat presidencies,
right? And in places where guns aren't allowed, like gun-free zones, and it's like, oh well, if you're an absolute idiot or a lunatic, then what place are you going to go to is somewhere where there's no recourse for your actions. Let's just put it that way.
One of the things I saw too, like, I remember when Barack got up there, and I'm not trying to turn this into political, but I don't give a shit. I mean, 75% of the country is normal and 25% is retarded. And they want to say it was closer than it was. No, it's not. You're lying. And I don't believe that, because I haven't lost a damn sub from this. Somebody's like, you need to stop with your Texas politics, man. I was like, you're the one that's got the problem with Texas politics. Nobody else has a problem with Texas politics, because I'm not losing subs. I'm gaining them. So I don't think what I'm saying is really pissing off my audience. Like I said, I have a base that's been here forever, and they'll be there. New people want to come and join on. Let's go together. We'll steamroll everybody. It doesn't matter. Or don't do it. I don't know. Y'all have been my friends for a long time, and everybody's been here for a long time. That you know the deal, and you know how I believe. I don't hide it. They act like I'm playing a role here, and then I go and after the show, I'm like, "Hey, guy, this is who I really am. I'm just a big fat nerd. Let's just talk about. You want to talk about insurance premiums? That's not going to happen, dude. I'll slap you in front of your mom. How about that?
Yeah.
And then she'll start a small fire in her pants, and she'll want to be with me. And I'll tell her I'm married. I'm sorry, I don't hang out with that.
Sorry.
Take the purple hair dye out, lady. I'm ridiculous.
Or put more in, one or the other.
Whatever you got to do to get yourself right. You know, figure out which gender you are. You're triple bi gender binary, whatever.
Just don't have it flurple. We'll be all right. Either purple or blue.
I just remember Barack, he gets up there and goes, well, let me do him first. He goes, how many times am I going to have to come up here and talk about this? This is the 57th shooting we've orchestrated, and it really needs to stop. I'm just going to keep talking until you give us your guns. Can you give us your guns? Stop with the shootings that we keep orchestrating through the CIA. Can you stop, please? Dude, I wanted to slap him. So get off of my TV. Okay.
Buy my Obama insurance.
Dude, everybody that was doing these things were some mentally ill person that was probably in some sort of program. Let's just be honest. Let's call it MK Ultra. Let's just say that's what it's called. Let's just for shits and giggles. This is for entertainment purposes only.
Right.
MK Ultra trains these people, and then they give them the catchphrase, dickhole or whatever it is that they do. And then they run out there and they go do what they do.
Yeah.
Look at how many of these weirdos that have done this in the last 20 years. It was not there before. And then the dumbasses are out there. We got to take your guns. We got to take your guns. Your guns are killing people. The last I checked, not one of my guns has killed anybody. I've left my guns out on the porch and out at the ranch, just like, oh, shoot, I left my shotgun out there. I'm like, good thing you didn't run out and go blow somebody away.
Right. None of my pencils.
He might have tried to load himself through that.
None of my pencils have ever written a paragraph.
Yeah, but you don't go. The computers just started. Now I've heard of people using Dragon Speak and having demonic things being said on there. I've heard of this. My aunt said something weird like that happened to her, but I've never had anything type itself. I've never gone up and be like, oh, I have a whole story typed up here. What's going on here?
I'm still waiting on my spoon to make me fat.
I don't like McDonald's, and I don't encourage anyone to eat that fake food poison. It's not even real food. Good gosh. But it's really you that puts it in your body. I mean, they're not making you eat it. You can go to Burger King and even in the drive-thru, up until the point of consumption, you could still say no. You could be like, maybe I shouldn't eat this horse human meat or whatever it is that they're giving us.
It turned me off of McDonald's completely because I was like of course it's horrible for you, but I was watching that the Jeffrey Dahmer thing, and he said that he loved Big Macs when he was in prison because it tasted so much like human consumption. Yeah, and I was like, all right, I'm. That's
I heard that too, but I don't think that that's really true because I don't know where he was getting Big Macs in prison.
Well, you can you can it's usually like a Tuesday or a Thursday, and they'll do like an outrun, and they'll bring you back like Jack in the Box or
up there where he was at.
Well, in most federal penitentiaries,
because where he was at, he was not even. In Wisconsin, there was no death penalty, and he was going to get to go to be in prison with a bunch of men. So what did he care? He's like, yeah, I did it. What's up? Where's all the men at? Put me in jail with them. They said he was liking jail. Like he liked being in there. Of course he did. He was around all the men that he wanted to be. He was with, if you were a bad guy as a heterosexual and they said your punishment is you're going to prison and you're going to be surrounded by females for the rest of your life. It's good. You can kind of go like, well, it could be worse. Could be worse. Could be worse. So if you're a homosexual guy, you're going to be like,
You're gonna have to.
I'm going to
shower
get to
with
go
them.
around being around a sausage party all day.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
yeah,
locking you up.
yeah, I did it.
We're locking you up with a bunch of ex-strippers. Oh man.
Exactly.
No.
And he's like, these guys are out in the yard lifting weights or pumping iron, and he's out there like, "Hey guys, I promise not to eat you in here. What's going on?" You know? I mean, he's having
the first piece.
Dahmer's in there having a good old time. It's like John Wayne Gacy too. John Wayne Gacy, even in his own words, he said, "I don't mind prison." Of course you don't. He liked it. He'd been there 3 times. He'd gone the first time for wrestling. He was wrestling with a boy.
Yeah.
With
With the 11-year-old kid. Yeah.
Yeah, he was wrestling with him. I was teaching him how to wrestle. He liked it, and he liked to pretend like he was not gay. He was a manly man. I don't know where these rumors come from that I'm a homosexual thrill killer. Probably because they found 40 bodies under your house, fat ass. I mean, that might. They were all men. They're all boys.
Yeah.
I don't know why they think that about me. They think I'm gay. You know, it's like this clown face. I would have, dude. I could start punching that guy and not stop till Jesus comes back and stops me. I could have started hitting that guy on a Tuesday and ended in 2090. Had a face you could just beat all day. That fat little fucker. He makes me the sickest of all of them, dude. Because at least Dahmer was like, "Hey, I did something wrong. I should repent." He's like, "Kick my ass, little fat fucker." I hate short little fat people, dude. They're just annoying little shits, dude. And he was one of them. He was just a little short, fat little homo that needed to get his ass tore up. Well, he probably did, but
yeah, well,
I mean, just a sickening, you know. Scorpion says it's raining men. Hello. He's in there. He's doing the glow sticks like Terry Crews. I mean, he's having a good time. He's in there doing trance. I mean, he don't care. You know, that's what sickens me about these guys. Like, how are you going to punish a homosexual? You know, I was shocked by Baumeister. Baumeister's like, "Well, I'm going to just go and blow my head off." You know, and it's like, why, dude? You're going to get to go to prison and be around a bunch of men's. You know. He's talking about, "I love my wife." He only had sex with her 3 times, and the whole time he was with her. And she was hideous, dude. I mean, she was ugly, dude. Oh my gosh. Have you seen Baumeister? She's like, I had a happy marriage with her. I'm like, dude, she looked like horrible. Jeez. Like a Skeksis mixed with a Klingon, dude. And of course he doesn't.
Well, that's why he didn't care.
He married her because he didn't know what a good-looking woman looks like.
Yeah.
Right.
What does he care? He's not into that. He's over there choking men and throwing them on the fucking highway.
Might as well marry Janet Reno.
Married her for her masculine personality.
Janet Reno, man, when Will Ferrell would play her. "Look, guys, I need to take your guns. They're killing people." Totally justified. Waco had to happen.
Waco.
They had children there. Some of them had seen guns. It was, you know. Of course, he had that lunatic in there. I'm Jesus.
Look at my 80s shoulder pads.
Oh, yeah, John Max. Oh, I will say that after he's no longer, because you know, and then him and Shiv. Did you hear what Trump said about Shiv? He's like, he's got an olive for a head. He's got a little neck. It's like a pencil. I don't know how his neck is holding up that watermelon head. He's got the thinnest neck I've ever seen.
Yeah.
We're sitting here going like, dude, it's become like WWE.
He doesn't even give speeches. He just talks a bunch of crap, dude. It's hilarious.
It's funny as shit, too, man, because he's right.
Yeah.
And
the watermelon head.
Schiff the werewolf. You know he's a werewolf, right?
Yeah.
He is. He really is. He's Adam Schiff.
Yeah.
He's Adam Shapeshift. It's the full moon tonight, Adam. Where is he? I guarantee you he's probably chained up in Grandpa's shed. Can't be out there because that parasite's making him go crazy. He's over there like, you know he's doing that. That's what he's doing. Watermelon head. And let's be honest who these people are. I mean, they're evil little pieces of shit. That's what they are. And we have to pretend like that this ridiculousness is normal. Go look at my Facebook with the lady who's now, she says she's trigender. We have to figure out what the hell. She's male, female, and non-binary. She's 3 different genders.
No.
Yeah. I don't think so.
Hmm.
I mean, Joe's got
No.
long hair, but that doesn't make him a woman.
Or a metalhead. Everyone's like, "Oh, you like metal," and I'm like, "No, it's called being native."
I like the way you've done the back there. You've done something with all. You put them all like you got all those pictures up there now.
Yeah, I got them all up and did some backlighting and some front lighting,
Yeah.
so it yeah.
And
so
Abe's got the
pops.
backdrop back there. Looks kind of spooky. I just got squares behind me. I don't. It's just
Colorful square.
colorful squares. I don't really have anything cool. My wife tried to get me to put a thing in the back,
Mhm.
and I was like, "Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not gonna," because it didn't look right. You know, I was just like, "Well, it is an ancient Buddhist symbol, but it was used by the Germans. I don't know if we should." I'm joking. She would never do that. I'm kidding. She's like, I found this on sale. It's a hammer and sickle. Like, no, we're not.
No,
using that.
no.
What is that?
They're useful tools.
This
I
isn't
love the red
Pink
and the
Floyd's The
gold.
Wall.
It's pretty, right? You know, you just be like, it's so pretty. I like the red. I like that little sickle thing. It's cool.
The guy at the store told me it was about farmers and workers getting along.
And you know what? The working people, you know. And then
Yeah.
she's like, she's like, do you like this one or this one? The one of them, she's like, this is like an ancient Buddhist symbol. I think some people in Europe used it. And they were really snappy dresses. They wore black, and it was by Hugo Boss. It's got the little lightning bolts on there in the corner. What is that? Those are neat. Those are cool. Those are pretty. Yeah, and then somebody's over there like, I knew he was in communist, Nazi, Zionist, whatever bad things, bad, blah blah blah.
I knew he was a
Bam, bam,
fascist,
bam,
capitalist,
bam.
communist.
Everything bad that you can think of, that's what he is. He's the bad guy. That's what he is.
Dude, tomorrow if I can make it on, I do have I texted you about it, but I do have some experiences with Ash that I recently went to, and
Yeah, I
man,
saw
that was
part of that. I didn't get to see it all, but you were on with Monica, and I was like, I tried to come on. I sent Monica whatever, but she don't look at her phone at all when she's on.
yeah, she's
just straight
zoned
ahead.
out. Yeah.
And afterwards, she's like, "Oh, I just saw this because I wanted to come on and talk with you when you were doing it. So if you want to, we could do that tomorrow. You could come on. You could be the first person to talk.
Whenever, man, I'm down. Yeah, but it was a very demonic experience. It's not like it was when we were younger. No, I'll just put it that way. Because when we were younger, treatment facilities were more about
Treatment.
well, that too.
Well,
right.
taking your insurance money if you had insurance money,
Exactly.
or if
Yeah,
they were
but-
bad enough, they just sentenced you there.
But you'd be committed, you know. But it was more about people just acting out. Sometimes you'd have like moments but no, this thing was, there was shadow figures and, you know, a bunch of really weird stuff going on that was not it was more paranormal than it was mental illness. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it was crazy. Freaking crazy. Manifestations type things. You know. But yeah, I'm down. You know, I have no qualms about sharing my experience, even though where it got me there, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and there are things that happen in people's lives. You know, it is what it is. And always people are going to judge you, and they're going to say things, and they're going to do whatever they're going to do. But really and truly, though, how important are these people? You know,
right.
it's like the guy that was flipping out on me because I don't believe the bullshit. I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't. And they if they choose to live in that particular fantasy realm, and this guy's like, you believe in monsters and ghosts, and I was like, you believe that these people aren't money laundering. You know, it's like, who's more? Which one is smarter? I'm living in. I always say this: join us in the real reality.
Yeah,
because this is the real reality, folks. It really is. There's a spiritual war going on around us at all times, and there are people who can see it. And there are people who tell you, they're screaming at you saying, look at what's happening. Look at what's going on. And people are just like, I don't see it. They're like Plankton in the theater and SpongeBob. How can you not see it?
Well, yeah. And like, it's weird because if I would have actually thought about it before I admitted myself, like we live in this like the Karen world type of a thing, like where people don't have any repercussions for their actions. And it was very eye-opening to the fact that like they can go and literally be within 4 inches of like the staff's face, like the nurses and stuff, and just be yelling the most vulgar things in the world. And back then you get put in the quiet room, if you're disrupting or you're being verbally abusive or whatever, quiet room instantly, and I talked to one of the doctors and I was like, y'all don't have quiet rooms? And he's like, well, the rooms are pretty quiet. And I was like, no,
wow.
A quiet room, like where the padded room. And he's like, that really exists, because he's probably younger than me, by 5-6 years. And I'm like, yeah, the padded freaking room. That's where they put you in timeout. And he's like, no, well, unless you hit or spit on somebody, and they have like it looks like a little electric chair, and then like we put you in the chair and put a bag over your head. I'm like, no, dude, you remove, because people, I hate to say the word trigger other people, but yeah, everyone gets triggered. But I mean, whenever you're just, they call it disruptional back in our day, if you disrupt the then you get removed. But that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. So it's it makes One Who Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest look like a Disney freaking cartoon. It's insane. Insanity at its finest.
These entities can be so close to you and you don't even realize it. And they are attached to these people. And a lot of people that end up in those places, they're attached. One of the things that Abe was talking about earlier, you saw that thing right there by me, Abe, like it was right there. And I could feel it. But I didn't see it with my own physical eyes. I didn't see it. But I could feel it.
Then it was like, then it turned to like a little orb. I haven't made the video of the orb yet, but it was like first I seen like something by you, then it turned into a little orb. But then when you moved the thing over there, it was standing over there by the fence. You were shining your light, but you could see its silhouette by the fence on the outside where you're standing there. But sometimes you cannot catch it with your naked eye, but it was there. Your camera caught it. That's why I send you that short video, and you'll be able to see it standing there, just like what you described. It's standing there. But yeah, I'll say the word they whisper in my ear, like "F you," like right in my ear, like, or wind passes, or they say "F you," or sometimes I heard where they say, "Let's get them now," like they're trying to ambush me and stuff. So I'll go into prayer,
And these things, they attach to people, and what they don't understand, and we've talked about this on the show, is that these entities, there are people who are walking around with these things who've had them on them for decades, and these things feed on them. And I'm not going to say it's easy to unattach them, but you can absolutely unattach these things. They don't have to be stuck on you. But people they become comfortable with this symbiote.
Used to it, because they don't know what it is. They think it's their imagination, like, oh, it's just my mind talking to me, but it's those negative attachments that are on them.
Well, see, and one of the weird things was when I got onto the unit, they give everybody they're supposedly AM/FM headphones, and that's all that they do is, you can listen to radio and stuff. But like I'm on defense mode, so I'm not like trying to completely clog my ears with these things. So
Yeah.
when I'm in my room, like I have them over here by my bed so I can hear music, in the background. And every hour, like literally, like almost on the dot, that headphone thing would vibrate, like, and it would be like bzz, 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 bzz. And I'm like, dude, what, and I'm sitting there thinking about it, and I'm like, call me unconventional or whatever, but the staff drink different waters than the patients.
Yeah.
Right. And so if you start thinking about technology, nanobot type stuff, then, and like MK Ultra type thing, right? If that's your bzz, 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 bzz signal, and people be like, Breezy, you're crazy. Yeah.
No, it's the megahertz, and they know what they're
Yeah.
doing.
It's frequency, and
Even the
frequency
flicker of light bulbs has been
Bulbs
shown
to do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Breezy, let me
exactly.
say something else. You and I were locked up in the same facility at one time.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to get into what it is or what it's called or whatever. You were there a different time I was. It had the ropes course.
Close. Yeah, the ropes. Yeah. Yeah.
And so there was a couple guys that I ended up being in juvie with. I was locked up in the works that the TYC facilities, and then I ended up in these treatment places, all those places. Because they're like, well, if you behave, we'll put you in this treatment place, whatever. And because I was going into juvie, and I was just like, well, what is that? So
Right.
you were actually striving to get to go to that place, and then it's just another form of lockdown. Except I think it was more insidious, because I think that what they were doing in some of those facilities, they were experimenting on us.
Yeah.
I swear to you, I'm not even joking, because they would be like, well, try this medication.
Right.
You're 14 years old and they're giving you Mellaril.
Yeah.
Years later, you look it up and you're like Tegretol, Mellaril, lithium, and you're going like, holy
lithium,
crap.
Prozac. Yeah.
Yeah,
Back
I
when
didn't get
Prozac was a
Prozac,
big
but yeah,
thing.
I got a bunch of them, and I was like, what is this crap? The Mellaril, you're just like, the drooling, you just
Yeah.
they dope you out, man, and then they hit you with Thorazine. If you get into a fight, they shoot you in the butt with Thorazine.
Yep, right in the butt.
Which is a tiger tranquilizer. Then they put you in the timeout QR or whatever.
Yeah.
They called it the pad when you're in juvie, whatever. Then when they call it timeout, QR, different places. The reformatory called it the timeout, and then there was QR. And they'll put you in these different places, and they'll put you in a room for like 48 hours. And you're a kid.
Yeah. Minimum.
You're a kid. Minimum. Yeah. 48 hours. The longest I did in one of those was 72 hours. And I'm talking sensory deprivation. You have nothing but a white light on you, and they throw on the floor. They throw a plastic coated mattress that's about that thin.
Mm.
It's a little bit thicker than a Pizza Hut thin crust pizza.
Yeah.
And you lay down on it.
It's a yoga pad.
It's a yoga pad, and they shoot you with Thorazine, and if you act up or you bang on the door, they'll come in there and they can whip your ass too. They'll put you in a chokehold and they'll put you to sleep. It happened to me a couple times.
Or they'll put you on that bed.
They'll strap you down. Yeah,
with the one over the forehead, one over the torso, one over the waist, one over the knees, and and
I ended up in that one place just because I didn't get along with my stepmom. I mean, it was like when I got out of being in trouble, whatever, I went back home. Well, I didn't go back home. I went to go live with them. And my stepmother had me going out doing all these chores during the day. And it was like, I'm not even going to get into a bunch of stuff about it, but I rebelled. I was just like, because I felt like I was going to die of a heat stroke. And so I refused to do anything else, for her. I said felt like I was kind of getting through to my dad, like, look, dude. And the neighbor had said something. Well, we live out in the country, but we still had a neighbor. We had like this big 3 acres, and then there was like this neighbor that kind of lived right next to us, and then there was this big old bunch of acres and nobody else. And then there was some people like about a mile down the road. So we had this one neighbor who was kind of close to us, like he was about a half acre over. And he's the one that tried to say something to my stepmom, like, look, man, you got this kid outside in the heat of the day in the summer in Texas. He's sitting out on the porch. It looks like he's about to die. And he told my dad. I didn't tell him, he did. And so my dad got upset, and then there was a big fight. And she said she didn't feel safe with me in the house. So I was like, okay, I was 14 or I was 15. And so I ended up in one of those places because I had gone to one of those because I had gotten in trouble because I had to fight. And they were like,
you're a danger to yourself and others.
Yeah. So they were like, maybe you should stop going to juvie because it's not, you're just going in there and hanging out with your friends that are locked up in juvie because you're a bunch of criminals. And so then they put you in that place. And then I did well. I did the program and I got out, and it was about, hey, don't drink, don't do drugs, don't do this, don't do that. And I thought I was pretty well adjusted at that point. I didn't feel like I needed to go back, but my stepmom did. And so my dad talked to me and said, I think you need to go back. What choice do I have? I'm 15. I don't have a choice. And I couldn't whip his ass. I was like, well, yeah, okay, at that point. And I was like, okay. So I went and I did it. And they decided that I was psychiatric intensive care because I refused to take my meds. Refusing to take your meds because the meds that you're giving me are making me stupid and making me dopey and sleepy, and I don't want to be out of my mind.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're like, oh, you'll smoke marijuana, but don't do that. And I was like, and I didn't really smoke that much. And I was like, yeah, because that's actually fun. This drug just makes you go, and fall asleep. You can't put together sentences or do anything. And they were, and in that psychiatric intensive care, there was a guy that would just walk up and down the hallway, and he would push the door. Oh, it's locked. Then he would go to the other side, push the door. Oh, and he did it all day long. And I'm in there going like, why am I in here? Yeah. I am not like these people. This is ridiculous, man. And so I refused, and so they strapped me down because they're like, well, you don't need to be fighting back with the staff. I wasn't physically fighting with the staff at all. I was sitting there telling them I'm not going to take that medication. So then they shot it in.
Code 1, adolescent. Code 1, adolescent.
Yeah, that's what they do. Yeah, and there's a code. Yeah. So they come in there and they dogpile on you and they tell you to behave or whatever. And then there was this one guy, and those kind of places, they breed people who want to abuse kids. That's what it does, and physically abuse them. I wasn't sexually abused there, thank God. They didn't try that because I was a big kid and I could actually fight pretty good for a kid. So as a teenager, and so they had this guy that just they would hold you and then he would choke you, and I'm like, why is this guy choking me? I'm not even struggling, and he put me to sleep 2 or 3 times. It was a big guy, big African American dude, and he was always like going like, yeah, whoa, like that to like the kids.
Yeah.
You're like these 14 and 15-year-old kids, it's like a 30-year-old man, and he's in there choking everybody out and beating everybody up. So this one guy,
I'm a big man.
Yeah, he's a big bad dude. This one little scrawny little dude, he stood up to him one day. And I remember when I was there, and he told that guy, and this is one of the facilities I was in, the St. David's. And he said, he goes, I'm not going to let you. And he towered over that dude. And the little dude's name was Dino. I remember he was a little dude. And I'll never forget, that guy was brave because that was a big dude, man. And so I went over there and I stood next to the guy, and he's like, oh, well, both of y'all. I was like, maybe, but it's going to be on camera and you're going to attack this guy. You're going to fight me too. So a few of us kids stood up to this dude. So then they had a big meeting, and one of the doctors came in, and thank God he had a conscience. And I told him, I said, look, man, this guy is going around choking us out. He's choked me out 3 times, and I'm not struggling. The 3rd time I did because he was going to do it anyway. I don't want to go unconscious because of this dude. And
it's
then
dramatic, dude.
Well, he stole money from me too. You get a little bit of money so you can buy it's not commissary, but it's like the galley you can get.
Right, the galley, yeah.
So
you get extra pantry.
Yeah, extra pantry goods or whatever. So this dude stole my money out of my wallet, and he was doing it to like multiple of the kids there, like, you know. And I was like, this is just, it was straight up abuse. It wasn't anything any different than what I went through in the youth commission, which had to be overhauled because of all the abuse that they were doing to the kids. And when I was in the youth commission, they were like, well, if you want extra food, you want extra Jello, then fight this kid. And they would put you in the sack and make you fight each other, dude. And I was like, this is ridiculous, man.
Yeah,
this
the pit.
I had to go through. Yeah, a pit. They'd call it that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, they would do this, and of course, you know, they seal your records as a kid, whatever, unless you commit some sort of crime that's connected to that. And mine was just getting into fights and stuff like that. That's all it was. It was just getting into fights. And there's some stupid people. They're like, "Oh, he got put in a mental institution." No, I didn't. You know, I did not go to no mental institution. It was a treatment center, and it was supposedly to make me be a better person. Yeah. But all they do is just they use those. That's, you know. And there was this one guy. He used to come to that particular facility, and I saw him again when I was at another one.
At the pavilion.
At the pavilion, and then he was at Charter too. I'm not going to say his name. His name was Dr. A. I'll say that. Okay. And he was kind of like Schiff. He had the big head and the little neck. He looked like Mr. Mackey. And he'd come in there and he'd be like, "We need to try this different." He would talk like that. Yeah. And he smelled like, you know, I'm not even going to get into what he smelled like. He smelled disgusting. And he would come in there and he would call me Joshua. And he would go, Joshua, like an alien, like an insect. And you need to try different medication. I have talked to your doctor, and I believe that your treatment. And he would jerk his head around like this. And I swear, I told my mother, I said, that's not a human being. That is not. My mom goes, well, what is he? I said, he's a freaking alien.
That's what I'm saying, man.
I'm telling you. And my mom goes, why do you think he's an alien? And I said, look at the other guy. Who he looked like one of those Disney dog cartoon characters that was like an anthropomorphic. He would go like this with his eyes. It's like his eyes were almost closed, and he had these glasses.
Yeah.
His name was Joel. I'm not gonna say his last name. And he would fold his legs, and he'd go, "Was that a bad experience for you?" I'd be like, well, let me see. I got beat up by 10 kids. It was bad. Yeah. So, and he'd go,
it's sick bows.
That's horrible. Do you want to talk about it? Hell no, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk to you or this.
I don't even want to remember it.
These people are absolutely using our children as pincushions to push drugs on you, and they're keeping track of what happens. And I promise you that they are taking that information and they're giving it to someone else. And I think that was at the forefront of what they were doing to the children. I think we were used in that way, that then they took blood. They took so much blood from some of these kids that they were drowsy and they were making us eat cookies. I'm like, why are we having to eat sugar cookies? Because you're taking so much damn blood from us.
Yeah. Now, before just recently, last week, I had my discharge papers signed and everything, and they took like 5 vials of blood from me. And I was like, but why? They're like,
you're dizzy at that point.
Yeah, they're like, but the doctor's requesting it. And I'm like, but my discharge papers are already signed. I'm waiting on, to get out of here. Like, what's the point? I'm not going to have a doctor, after this point. And I literally have the bruise right there on my arm where they're pulling blood out of me. And I'm like, no. But they're like, no, but it's policy. And if you don't follow the policy, then you're being combative. And I was like, all right, all right.
I'll bet you anything, Abe and you and me they have our blood in some lab. Bless you, Abe. Bless you. I bet you they have our blood somewhere, and they probably have clones of us.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even joking. Like, if Abe were to get real big, or I got real big or something, then started acting weird and flipped sides and acted different, I came out with blue hair and said, hey guys, I think we all just need to start hating Trump because he's a big poopa cockahead.
Right.
Folks, just know that it's not me. All right. They've killed me and they've replaced me with a bot. Or I come out and say this, everybody needs to hold hands and be different genders and all that kind of stuff, let's get along, worship the Leviathan. It's actually a good thing. Let's just do it, you're gonna know that's not me. You're gonna know that that's some bullshit. Abe too. I know Abe is a man, and Joe, you're a man. You're two very manly men. If you hear these guys coming out and talking like that, just know that they took our freaking blood, okay, and they cloned our asses, and they made some sissy bullshit, whatever.
I mean, some
Come out wearing a rainbow, this, you know what I mean, and let people.
Or if you ever see me. If you ever see me on a show and I'm not drinking a Budweiser, then you're like, dude, that's not breezy.
Abe is like, hey, let's go.
You're drinking Coors Light. That's not Joe.
Yeah, exactly.
We're just gonna go study the LBL for a little while. Let's go.
Was that a Ziegenbach?
Yeah. Zima. How the hell did you get that?
He's got a Zima. You know it's not Joe if it's a Zima.
That's a time traveler.
Abe comes out and he's like, "You don't need the Love Foundation. You just need
have a unicorn
love.
right in the forehead. Think I'm a unicorn and shit.
Yeah.
No, that's not me.
Everybody just come out and just love everybody. Love is love.
Yeah.
That's love.
It goes from the Love Foundation to the Love is Love Foundation.
Oh my God.
Then hey, that's what I'm saying. Then they've put the Patrica on us. They've
Like,
don't let them.
Love the corn. Oh no, man!
He comes out, corn is corn.
Corn.
There's many uses of corn.
See my new book, The Many Uses of Corn.
Yeah.
There's corn on the cob. There's corn salad. There's corn. He's like Bubba Gump, dude. Come on.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
The many benefits of corn.
there's corn shrimp, corn.
Pop it. Popcorn shrimp.
Cups of corn and the corn over here.
You can pop
Yeah,
it, you can boil it, you can butter it.
It fits nicely into certain spots. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying.
There's this one time. Yeah.
We got chocolate roaches for sale.
Rubber ducky, you're the one. I just think that it would be you will see it. I think you'll know because there's real men out there. I think it's our generation though. Our generation we're still men. I mean, they've won the war. In some of these younger generations, they're doing what they're doing, but they have to get rid of us first. And we are waking people up. And I'm telling you 110% what they did to Abe in the military and what they did to you and me, Joe, when we were kids. I'm telling you, they did these things. And I don't care what anybody says. That guy that would show up with his little briefcase and take those vials of blood. I'm going to tell you something else. Why was he taking vials of blood and putting them in a briefcase? I saw him do it.
Oh wow!
What was he doing? Shouldn't that go to like a pathologist? And there should be some. Why is he gathering up vials of blood and with his big head? His head, I swear, it was like this big, and his body was like this.
Yeah.
If you took my head and put it on Tony's, well, no, Tony's got a big head. Put it on Maddie's body. Put my head on Maddie's body. Maddie's she's like this, just a little big head, right? Like a mantis alien head on top of Gray's body. That's what he looked like.
I hate to say it to sound like a complete, nut bar, but that is, the reptilian thing. I totally subscribe to it. I think that's because, like, I saw that. I saw it came out from the ears and went up and over. Like it wasn't like the back big head, like not like an ant head, but bulbous, completely bulbous. And I was like, dude, like that's not right. And one of the dudes, he was about 7 feet tall and had one of those heads and complete white eyes, no pupils, but he could see. I'm like, no, you're not. Like, remember the old westerns, like the spaghetti westerns, where the blind guys had like the complete white eyes, but they were kind of bluish. But no, it was completely white. Remember when Dave Chappelle did the skit where he was the racist, but he didn't know he was black. Right?
Oh yeah,
yeah. So it had like the squint. Yeah, like the squinted eyes, and what do you call it? Bat-like ears.
Mm-hmm.
Like it looked like Nosferatu kind of a thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I was like, dude, that's you know, I felt like that chick. That's not human. You know, like
Yeah.
that's not a real person. And I was like, you know, but I had to maintain my composure.
Well, if you notice, you go around Austin and you guys live in Central Texas. I mean, you know, there's like these people walking around that they look, I'm not even joking. I saw one downtown the other day. And I was joking with my friend Arash about it the other day. And I was like, have you seen these people? They don't look like human beings.
Mm-mm.
It'll be 100 degrees outside and they're wearing a big old hoodie.
Yeah.
And a hat with a hoodie over it. And it's like, what? Sweatpants. And they have to be burning up in there. How in the hell? Can you imagine how sweaty they are when they take that off?
Yeah. Well, it's because reptiles don't have, and we learned that in school, reptiles don't have, they don't emit their own heat. So they have to, you know, so yeah, if I was a reptile out in the middle and, you know, then yeah, I'd have to blanket up, you know what I mean? Or have some kind of light source.
I think a lot of them don't even know it either.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they
don't.
Dude,
that's food for thought. Yeah. I never even thought of that. But yeah, maybe they don't even realize that they're
freaking weird people. I don't want to say they're people, they're not people, they're weird. It's like what and you know, Abe, you were talking about that last night. We were on the show together and we were talking about people touching you, you know, at the grocery store or the gym. I've noticed that these weird people too, like if you have a conversation with one of these weird homeless people, like what I was telling you last night, Abe, they'll try to touch you. I hate talking to them because if I'm standing there and I'll be like, you know, because of my job, you know, I can't just, they're sitting there taking a shit in front of somebody's doorstep. You can't just go, well, nothing's here. You got to go over there and be like, hey man, you know, shitting in front of someone's doorstep is illegal.
When you're done, you better wipe and get out of here immediately.
Not cool, bro. Not cool.
And then they always want to try to touch you. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, I don't know what you're saying. Get back and don't touch me. And it's disgusting, you know, that I literally had one of them. This is what he did. He took a crap in a laundry room downtown at a condominiums right there by the drag. You know where the drag is, guys, over there by UT campus.
Guadalupe.
Yeah, Guadalupe. We're all from this area, but so he took a big old dump. This was a few years ago, and I always carried spare pairs of rubber gloves. And he's like, well, what you want me to do, yo? You want me to pick it up? And I said, yeah, absolutely pick it up. You know, I said, or something, something's going to happen. You're going to get sprayed. You're going to get taken down and probably go to jail. And the person was there. She'd already called the police. I said, if you don't pick it up, he started trying to walk off. I said, if you don't pick it up, you're going to go to jail. And then the police were pulling up. And he goes, okay, I'll pick it up. So I gave him a pair of rubber gloves. I said, pick it up. So he had literally, it was disgusting. I couldn't even watch him. I had to turn my head and just. So I went over there to meet the police. And then he was over there. He was holding his. What is the word?
Excrement.
He was holding his dookie in his hand.
His work.
And he goes over there. He takes the glove and throws it in the trash. And the police were like, why did you do this? And there was a lady in there trying to wash her clothes, you know. And she was just so disgusted by it. And so was I. And, you know, and I didn't want a physical altercation with this guy because he had just finished doing what he did, you know. And I was like,
you didn't want to get shit. You didn't want to get shit on you.
But he did have the human decency to wipe a little bit with the dryer sheets. He had some of those he was using those, man. I'm not even joking, man. And I was just sitting there and I was like, I just can't. There was this scene in the movie Wild Hogs. I'll never forget with Martin Lawrence at the beginning where he walks in and the guy's like, I would hate to have your job. The guy tells him, like, you know, he talks like that. And Martin Lawrence is like, he goes, it's bad in there. Like, it is like
bad in there.
Plumber, you know? And he goes in there and he's just like, that's how I felt at that moment. I was just like, these cops come and they're just like, oh man, oh my gosh. Why did you do this? You know, and the guy's like, I picked it up. And they arrested him anyway. And he goes, yo, you lied. You said if I picked it up that you would. I was like, nah, I just wanted to make it easier for the maintenance guys. I don't know what they were going to do. You know?
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm going to get your ass. I'm like, well, your ass already produced something that got you. So good luck with that. Have fun going to jail or the psych ward or wherever it is that you're going to be.
Yeah.
Going.
No, they sent him to where I was at.
Probably to Ash. Well, he had some ashy elbows. I know that. But it's Lawrence says dryer sheets are filled with toxins. Yes, and he put them up his butt. And so we're all being poisoned, though, folks. They're doing it to us. You know,
air, water, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't use those beads. You know those beads that you use to make the clothes smell good. Do not use those.
Oh yeah.
They're absolutely toxic as all hell.
And not only that, but they mess up the washer over time.
Yeah, they'll mess up your washer too.
You know, what was crazy is when that last storm front came through Austin and everything, kind of cold front, and it produced like mist. It wasn't really rain. So I had my car parked out in the parking lot where I work. And when I came out that night and got into my car, the only thing that got out of my car was like the mist and drizzle, I guess you call it, right? My entire windshield was like, you know how like when like gasoline or oil's like on the asphalt and you can see like that rainbow sheen effect, you know what I mean? It was like that, but it was different shades of green. And I was like, yeah, and I was like, man, that, you know, like that's so what I'm getting at is like they come at you and just like the Hasatan, it comes at you in every direction. It comes at you through the air you breathe, the water that falls, the foods we eat. Twinkies don't taste like Twinkies anymore. You know, like, you know, all this microplastics and poisons and everything that they put into it.
Getting into your brain.
Yeah. And into your system. And you don't, you have no, even if you, now, why is it that nowadays even having your own garden is illegal?
Illegal.
You know?
Yeah. They're trying to kill us, man. It's so obvious, dude. And then the people that are, you know, proponents of doing all of this ridiculous shit, they're justifying it. And they're finding every reason why they should stop the people who are trying to stop it. Like, you know, RFK, he's talking about he wants to get rid of the chemtrails and get us healthy. And they're like, okay, you piece of shit. Does this guy look healthy to you? So they basically take a picture of him and make him look like that yellow guy from Sin City.
Right. Yeah.
One of our friends, I'm not gonna say his name, but bless his heart, I love him. But he's just he claims he's middle of the road, but he absolutely is not. And he's constantly just shit posting stuff about, you know. And I'm just like, dude, you know, please stop with this shit because it's so bad. Because obviously, you know, it's this anger they have because Orange Man bad.
Right.
I was not a big fan of this guy when he first got elected the last time. I just thought he was better than Hillary.
Right.
Obviously, she's going around making people, you know, if you speak out against her, that's how you get yourself suicided.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, do you want me to make you kill yourself? Because that's how you get me to make you kill yourself. Yeah.
Yeah. Testify. Go ahead. Testify.
And so it was ridiculous, man. And like, so this guy now, they're just all over this dude. And it was funny because everybody, they were all like, you know, well, black people need to vote for this, you know, whatever, because if not, whatever. And now that a lot of black males in particular voted for Trump, now they're on the menu. Before it was like, oh, you're our friends, we love you, whatever. Now they're like, oh, you know how these people are, you know, and that's how, and their racism just comes pouring out. And then they always say, well, the Republican Party was, you know, they flipped sides. No, they didn't. What happened was LBJ destroyed the black family. Because before that, the black community had a very strong, you know, nuclear family. And after that, they didn't. And they gave them subsistence level living as a reward, but they said the man can't be in the house. So if the man is not in the house to help, you know, and they've made it to where Systematically, they've made it to where men look like a bunch of buffoons. The dad is a fool. You're a fool.
No
Look
father
at the
figure.
Simpsons,
Yeah.
Peter
Yeah, I was
Griffin,
gonna say every popular
American
sitcom.
Dad. They're all the dad is like a
Mhm.
dumb shit, and the wife is
burritos, football, nachos, blah, blah, blah.
Like that's the dad in every show.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's like, why
and-
do you need a dad? You don't need the dad. Let's get rid of the dad and let's just have the moms raise the kids. And the moms do the best they can, but they need help. And by destroying the nuclear family, you were able to get these people to vote Democrat for their subsistence level living, which should happen anyway. As a country, and this is a little bit of socialism that I agree with. Two things. You should have absolutely enough to eat and not have to pay for it. Everybody should. Just enough to eat. Now, if you want extra, whatever, go support your local restaurants, your friends that have bars and clubs and whatever that sell food or whatever it is they do, restaurants. That's on you. But
Right.
and then you should get basic medical care. That should be a basic right. And then if you need something extra that's cosmetic or whatever, then you pay for it yourself.
Yeah.
But those basic
Yeah.
things, why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? They
Yeah.
can't, it's because of this and that. Because each side wants to stuff whatever kind of bullshit policy down everybody's throats. I'm not a Republican at all, but I'm not a Democrat for damn sure. I would be a Republican before a Democrat. But I cannot stand the Bush family. They are one of the most evil sacks of shit that ever walked the earth, and dumb as hell. That guy. Until Biden came along, I thought Bush, was the dumbest president we ever had.
No,
and Clinton was just evil as all shit, man.
Biden knocked it out the park, literally.
Oh my god. That guy walking around shitting his pants in front of the Pope. I mean, come on, dude. And Pope's like, I smell of something. Why is this a stinky? He's like, corn pop came out of my ass. It's a bad dude. He's shitting myself and I. Like whatever, dude.
I gotta go to the bottom of the Vatican to get away from the stinky.
I'm gonna go to St. George's a keep. The fetid water there with the mermaids is better than this guy's butt. Freaking horrible, dude. But that's where we're at, folks. I mean, and everybody tells me, well, you shouldn't say this, you shouldn't say that. That's ridiculous because if you do, then you won't have this, you won't have that. Then I guess I won't have it then because I'm not trying to. I mean, like Abe, his channel's not even monetized. He's not trying to make money. Somebody tried to say that the other day. They're like, "Oh, y'all are just trying to make money." I'm like, "Well, I'm making some. It's not. I'm not lighting the world on fire, and I can't support myself with it." But Abe isn't even trying to do that.
Me neither. Yeah.
Y'all are just out there trying to tell the truth, and people don't like it. They're just like, I don't like it. People, it hurts my ears, and I'm triggered, and my, whatever. It's ridiculous. It's this sissy, baby, crappy, stupid. Everybody has to have their way and be comfortable. Comfort is a big problem because everybody feels like they have to be. I'm not even comfortable sitting here right now. My back and my ass are hurting. How about that? And people are like, well, you got to be comfortable all the time. No, you don't.
Since when?
Comfort is a killer, man. And the fear of not having it is the mind killer. It is. Because when I get up today and I take a cold ass shower and I do my breathing, it sucks. It really sucks, man. I have to say, when you're trying to hold your breath for that and then breathe, it's brutal, dude. And I do it every day. And then I go to the gym and I lift weights and I do what I got to do every freaking day. I'm doing it and I'm getting it done. And then people say, oh, well, why do you have this and I don't? Because I do the things that you won't do. So I can continue to do the things that you now can't do.
Yeah.
That's it. Simple as that, dude.
I do. I can't even count how many 12-ounce curls I do all day long.
Well, you're doing those 12-ounce curls. Me and Abe are doing the actual curls. We're trying to.
Yeah,
we're getting old, man.
And that's fine. That's fine. But you see, that's kind of one of those things. Is that cats and kittens they put you on their certain pedestal about things, and it's like, oh well, if you're not going to do this or you're not being productive at this and blah blah blah, but just because a certain individual isn't physically productive doesn't mean that they're not mentally productive. So you got to
but you got to have a balance.
Yeah.
Joe,
Exactly.
I would suggest you do this. This is my suggestion for you. Start off just slow. Start off slow, working out, and then you'll start to see that if you do some lifting every now and then, you can't drink when you lift because
Right,
it totally messes you up, and then you'll eventually just stop drinking all the. That's what I did.
No,
It
no,
just
I did.
made me
Yeah.
stop. You know?
No, I got my I wouldn't call them barbells. They're the solid whole solid iron
Dumbbell.
pieces.
No,
Man, I don't know what you call them.
I only
but-
say it because they care about you, man. I don't want you to. I want you to be around. It's not
No,
a
no,
foregone conclusion that
yeah.
you have to go die. You know, I mean, you don't have to.
Yeah. Almost like kettlebells, but they're just solid iron pieces, like for us you said. But no, I mean, like I do my thing. It's not like I'm a total waste of a human. You know what I mean? Like,
Nobody's
but
saying
in my evenings, you know, I kick it, and I like to kick it. You know, I enjoy getting my buzz on, watching some, you know, whatever movies or whatever. I'll be like, oh, Marvel movie, you know, like the new Daredevil came out, and I'm like, yeah, this is my time. But no, it's absolutely true. You know, in the mornings, you know, water, hydrate, do your thing, get exercise, you know, and sweat it out. That's one of the
you
big
got to
things.
sweat.
Like,
Yeah.
you got to sweat it out. And so, yeah, no, I'm a fan of all of it. I'm not, my nighttime is different than my daytime. I'll just put it that way. Because in my
you
daytime,
can do all kinds of things and still be productive. I just said that, you know, and I never was saying anything about you. I'm just talking about just being
no,
healthy
in general, yeah.
for people, you know, just the people
Yeah.
out there in general. Tomorrow night, though, when we start the show, come on and tell people the whole story about what and tell me about this demonic influence that you saw. Very interesting that and I saw what you messaged me about the person that didn't look like a human. I mean, that would be very interesting. We're going to run, folks. We're going to do the giveaway, though, for your name in green. We're going to let our guests here. We're going to let Joe and Abe pick the people who are going to win tonight. We got two winners. You guys pick. If your name is in green, just say, hey, I want to win something, and you get it. That's it, period. If your name is not in green, you can't participate. Sorry, because it's not fair to people who are in green. So get your name in green and be involved in the giveaway. So just say it right now, and Abe and you and Joe, y'all can look at the people who are in green. Marlo says, I want to win. Jessica Voyle says she hasn't won.
I haven't won. Neither have I, Jessica. Join the team. I'm just playing.
Joe, you're down the road. I mean, just
I know I'm part of the family. I know.
you and Abe are like y'all live out of Austin, but it's not that far. Come to the studio anytime you want. You're free to come and sit and take whatever you want out of the storeroom. I don't care. You guys are family, bro.
Marlo, have you won before?
Marlo says, I want to win tonight. On the thing.
Two Shadows said win.
So Jessica says she hasn't won, so that would be one if you guys. But it's up to you. Somebody who wants to win says.
Jessica, I'll pick Jessica.
She says Breezy is always a winner. She's trying to suck up to you guys.
Yeah,
I don't know if
you
people trust that. I don't know. I'm joking. Jessica.
It's
You
because I
win.
shaved earlier. You know.
JD Smooth says, I'm waiting on my shirt. Message us, JD. Make sure that we sent you your stuff. It should be sent. People should be getting it by now. Because we mailed off 22 things the other day. And we're going to be mailing off this coming week.
We should hook up and for everything that you send out, we should throw a gas station piece in it. You know, whether it's a sticker or button or
Tell them what that is, what that gas station thing is you're talking about, Joe.
Oh, okay. So 1974 release of the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. My wife is actually the pitmaster out there, so it's a big horror movie icon place out in Bastrop off of Highway 304. And you can go there, you can rent cabins, and then, you know, if you do your homework, you can go from there to Leander, to the cemetery that was filmed out there, and then you can go out to Kingsland, Texas, where the original house is. It used to be in Round Rock.
Now it's in
Josh knows this. Yeah, he used to hang out there when he was a kid.
Yep, when I was a little kid. It's funny because Garetano and me and Eric Palacios all have a connection to that house.
Yeah,
But it's so weird, and so does Joe. We all do. Eric Palacios has been on the show. He has the documentary, The Beast of Brushy Creek, and we did a show recently about the Cedar Park Leander werewolves from the logging camps, from the cedar camps, right? And Eric did that documentary, but his aunt owned that house at one time. It was at La Frontera, where now on top of that hill, now there's a shopping center there. And they were living in there, and they woke up outside. And then there was a man named, well, I was going to say his last name. I shouldn't say his last name, but his name was James, I believe. And he gave us a story about what could possibly be considered an alien abduction, because he saw a UFO. And he broke down right there by that, where that house would be. And I think it was like in the early 80s, late 70s. He's an older guy now, and he was a Vietnam vet. And so he had some issues. But he was like, I'm not crazy. He goes, I lost time. He doesn't know what happened. He saw a UFO, and then he lost time. And it was probably about 500 yards from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre house, you know, where he saw the UFO, and then about 300 yards from where he broke down. Then Garetano wrote the book, South Texas Blues, and we're all friends with Chris. We met him at the conference, and of course, he's been a good friend of mine for a while. And he has been to that house in Kingsland, and he's good friends with the guy that played my brother makes good head cheese. What's his name?
Bill Moseley.
Yeah. So you know, he's good friends with that guy. And so then you have the gas station there where it's, you know, where it was filmed or whatever. And Jen, your wife, works there. And so we all have a connection to that house. And when I was a kid, I stayed there as a little kid. My dad's friend lived there. And I don't know if he owned it or rented it. I think he owned it. But I played there as a kid. And my dad was like, hey, you played in that house as a kid. So when I was there at Kingsland, my wife, she's like, this was last year. We went there they made a day of it. Me and her, we went out there on a Sunday, went into the bar, and I was talking to the bartenders and people. And I told them, yeah, I used to play in this house when I was a kid. And when it was in Round Rock, or outside of Round Rock. And my wife was like, does anything here look familiar? And I'm like, no. I was a child. I was a little bitty toddler, but it looks familiar from the movie, you know. But it is very creepy, and it is extremely haunted. It is extremely haunted, and I may have had a weird experience in there. I went in there to use the restroom, and I thought I heard scratching on the wall, which was weird.
I remember this. Yeah,
could have been anything. I don't know. And I was like, what the hell? You know, at least it's not a guy going with a coming out with a chainsaw and trying to get me to eat some sausage or something. You know, I was like, good. I'm not. That's not happening. It's just a ghost. Oh, it's just a ghost.
That was a chartered. Eat the sausage, bro. No.
There was a guy that he was a curly haired guy with glasses. And I still remember this guy. And he was about 6'6", and he worked at Charter, and he was another bully. That was the first place I ended up going to. And he ended up getting fired because he smacked one of the girls that was there.
Yeah.
He's like, she was in the quiet room, I guess, acting up. You know, when somebody acts up, they get in trouble or whatever.
Yeah.
He fist palmed her or whatever, face palmed her. So they asked like a couple of us what we saw, and I was like, I didn't like the guy. So I didn't lie. Like, I didn't lie and say, oh, I saw something I didn't. I said, look, I just heard a smack. I didn't see the actual whatever, but I heard it because I was in the day room.
Mm-hmm.
She was acting out, and then I heard him like getting mad, and then I heard all this commotion. You know, they always had one of the techs come running over there to like keep you from seeing anything.
Right.
That was the little trick they would do, you know. Those places are horrible. I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't put your kid in that place. You know,
Yeah.
what you need to do is take them to somebody who's a man of God and pray over them, because that place
Absolutely.
is nothing but the pharmaceutical industry's way
That's
of.
all they. Yeah. That's that. You're just a paycheck. That's
Yep.
what it's like.
And you're a
It's like
human
the
pincushion.
private. Yeah. It's like the private prisons and all that. It's they get more money for how many inmates they have, quote unquote inmates, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and that's all it is. That's all you are to them is a paycheck. Go to somebody, and I just want to say this, like, you know, real talk. If you're feeling down and you're feeling out, you know, and you really need to talk to somebody, use all your best resources to go and talk to somebody.
Yeah.
But those, I disagree with those kind of places. So I'd say go talk to your local minister, priest, rabbi, whatever. But, you know, first and foremost, but even if that's your last choice that you have, still just go out and talk to somebody. You know, there's when it comes to your mental health, sometimes just talking to somebody, and you can like hit up Josh or anybody really on here, Abe, or, you know, and email and be like, hey man, I'm not,
We'll play with you.
Yeah, we're not, I'm not feeling right about myself or whatever. It's better than dealing with it by yourself, because when you're by yourself, you feel alone, and that hurts the most at most times.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
So, just saying. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to.
No. And we had a great time. Thanks for coming on, Abe. And
Did we
be
pick
sure
the winners?
The
Yeah,
giver. Yeah.
Jessica Voiles is one of them. Jessica, where is the banner at? Let me put the banner up here. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No.
It's the giveaway
Is this
one.
one?
I think
Yes.
it's the last one.
We got a bunch of them. There it is. So Jessica, you won. And then Abe's got one. So so we have you, Breezy.
Yeah.
Pick somebody.
I'm a winner.
Marlo is like, I want to win. This dude wants to win. Somebody.
He's about it, dude.
He's about it. There it is. But it's up to you. Who do you want?
I'll go with Jessica. Marla's a hot second for me.
Well, Jessica's already won because Abe claimed her. He's got.
Oh, well then, all right. Well then, Marlo gets it.
Marlo,
So.
there you go, Marlo. Your persistence has paid off. You will win.
Yeah.
All right. So send us your information, and we'll get this sent out to you forthwith. Is it?
Yeah. Post haste.
Post haste.
Post haste.
There we go. We got to record now, folks, so we can have a show for you on Tuesday, so that we can drop it on the podcast episode. Somebody was saying that the podcast episode. Let me say this. I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but somebody emailed us. Bill R says that the podcast episode 305 plays fine on YouTube, but they no longer allow downloads.
That's weird.
And then it also says, he says Spotify, I checked Spotify and the show is corrupt. It plays for a few brief moments and then the sound stops. Is that correct? On episode 305.
That's the first time hearing about that. I'm gonna have to go.
And there's only one person that emailed
I'm gonna
us.
have to go check the file.
Like I said, there's only one person that emailed us
Yeah.
for that. And typically if that's a big problem, there'll be a lot more emails. So that's only one person. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Bill, if that's the case or not, I don't know. But so Silent Nemesis says after party at Abe's tonight. Abe, are you doing a show tonight?
I'm thinking about later on, a little bit later on.
Because I'm going to record and then I might jump on if I find anything. I'm going to go back out there after I'm done recording, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, hopefully, and we'll have people. You guys can tell some stories. People can come on and tell stories. We have people that come on, and don't get offended, folks, if you can't get in, because the queue's always filled up, and we get as many people as we can. We go 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it is.
What time?
So we'll see them. 8 o'clock tomorrow night. So
Okay,
that's on
cool.
Monday night, like we always do. And Jessica Villa says name, address, shirt size. Yes, ma'am. Name, shirt size, whatever. Send it to giveaways at prtpodcast.com, and we'll get it going. And we're gonna do the story now. We're gonna do it. So I'll see you guys. I got to record. I'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Thank you for having me on, man. I
Thank you for
appreciate
having
it.
us on.
Yeah, for sure. I'll see you guys. Good night.
Good night.